Yes.
We're recording.
Ready?
Oh, I thought you was dusting.
Meeting, please come to order. Barbara, please call the roll.
We have Commissioners Levine, Funderburk, Berard, and Noonan Vasquez present.
Thank you. This proceeding is broadcast on Channel 35. The exact broadcast times can be found by contacting Channel 35. The first agenda item is opening remarks by me. I only have some procedural remarks. There are a surprisingly large number of potential speakers here. We have 5 people who want to speak on the equity metrics item and 24 people who want to speak on the Cadiz item. What I intend to do, if there's no objection from other members of the board when we get to these, is have the equity metrics item and the speakers heard first, and then after getting through agenda items 1 through 6, then do equity metrics, then do Cadiz. For both of those items, in light of the number of speakers which we welcome, all of the speakers will be very welcome to speak, but in light of the number of you, if you start repeating what other people have said, we'll cut that particular comment short. With that, we move to item number 2, which is election of officers. In accordance to the board rules, at the beginning of each fiscal year, the board nominates and votes for a commission president and vice president. First item is requests from commissioners for nomination of president. Is there such a nomination?
I have a nomination. I'd like to nominate Mel Levine as president of the Board of Commissioners.
Is there a second?
I second the nomination.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. No coup yet this morning. I nominate Bill Funderburk for vice president. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No coup on that one either. Very, very efficient. For general public comments, not on a particular agenda item, we have one card that I'm aware of. Barbara, you may call that speaker, please.
Okay, the speaker is Connor Everett.
Good morning, Connor Everett for the Environmental Justice Coalition for Water and the Environmental Water Caucus. I'm sorry, I actually have my mother-in-law's in the hospital, so I asked just to speak at public comment. I'll make it very brief. 2 things. Again, I want to thank you for discussing Cadiz. I've been working on the issue for almost 20 years. Any project that hasn't been built in 20 years, there's a reason. There's a reason why the Orange County Water District turned it down. It's unneeded and impacted. And as well, I attended about a year ago with Commissioner Thunderburk's family the Saturday morning discussion on the equity metrics, and I think that's a key issue as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to your mother-in-law. General Manager? Nothing. Comments from commissioners on agendized items and requests from commissioners relating to departmental operations. Do we have any? Nothing. Ratepayer advocate?
Nothing unless needed later on.
Okay. Okay, with that and without objection, we will skip over 7A and B, as well as closed session items and 9A. We'll come back to all of those, and we'll move to the LADWP rates and equity metrics semi-annual report. Before the report, we do have 5 speaker cards. So Barbara, go ahead and call those speakers.
Okay, the first speaker is Aurino Opinaldo, and after that, Veronica Wilson.
Blessings to all of you. I, Aurino Opinaldo, a member of the Sierra Club of South LA, is also a grassroots activist throughout South LA. As an activist and experiences, question the equity metric papers because it seems to have no clear goal that can be proven to happen. As an organizer with One LA and LA Metro Line, jobs were promised for people in our community, for minorities, especially blacks on the Crenshaw line. and there is no data as I walk to see if permanent jobs for blacks were hired. Excuses, yes, but very few training and hiring for the community is promised. With Unidad Coalition in the USC Village, we worked hard to get USC's promise to have jobs for the community. But when jobs came up after that promise, a lot was kept secret, so we had to have the university work on a specific 2017 late plan and training while others were being hired. Therefore, the DWP needs to articulate precise, clear goals and a timeline to keep it monitored as equity goals and each part as actual data. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Veronica Wilson.
Veronica's not here yet.
Oh, okay, I'll hear at the end. Kent Minalt, and then after that, Blanca de la Cruz.
Hey, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Kent Minot. I work for the Sierra Club. What's equity and why exactly are we talking about it? In earlier meetings, we learned that Equity Metrics Report was mandated in response to information that suggested the utility's resources were being spent inequitably. Commissioner Funderburk articulated the idea that once the metrics were clearly established, we'd move to implementation, to redressing the inequities in the allocation of resources here. In other words, we're talking about equity metrics because it's part of a move to redress an injustice. Low-income LA has not received its fair share of the resources all Angelenos pay for. Now, it might sound like I'm stating the obvious, but it's not apparent to anyone who might read the metrics report for the first time. I mean, look at it from the point of view of a resident of a low-income community. The report's supposed to be a tool such a person could use to advocate for resources that, in fairness, should be spent in his or her neighborhood. There's no comparison diagram that shows the progress from one biannual EMDI release to another, so no way of knowing if DWP is starting to get it together. What kind of input are the authors of the report getting from community leaders in struggling areas? What about the idea of indexing data to neighborhood council districts, since those councils are uniquely equipped to be community advocates? It almost seems like they forgot about poor people while reporting on inequity. Now, could this board mandate consultation with community leaders in areas affected by poverty to hear what utility issues are most important to them and then to restructure subsequent presentations accordingly? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Blanca de la Cruz, and after that, Jorge Madrid.
Good morning, everyone. I am Blanca de la Cruz, Sustainable Housing Program Director with California Housing Partnership, representing nonprofit affordable housing owners and the low-income tenants they serve. I want to thank everyone involved in the second equity metrics reporting. I am excited about the progress made since the first report. We appreciate the additional information provided on the customer incentive programs, which is helpful. And while I recognize the progress made in this report, I want to provide input for staff to build on this report. First, my organization would like to see the department articulate clear metric goals and show cumulative metric data to see progress made between biannual reports, and also set goals to set outreach goals to address the issues identified for each of the customer incentive programs. Second, I want to flag the need to track participation and expenditures by building type across all customer incentive programs in order to be able to see how the single family and multifamily market segments compare. This is something that the investor-owned utilities already do, and they also track affordable participation by affordable multifamily housing. This is important because the city of Los Angeles has more than 64,000 affordable apartments in which the city and the state have made an investment to provide and maintain affordable rents. I know the department has a strong desire to reach the affordable market segment, and I recognize that staff, DWP staff, are already working on trying to compile the data on affordable housing. So I want to congratulate them and thank them for the progress that they've made so far. And I look forward to the third equity metrics report where we can see more information on how the market, multifamily market segment is being served. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Jorge Madrid, and then Veronica Wilson if she has come in.
Hello, good morning, Commissioners. Jorge Madrid, Clean Energy Campaign Manager for California at the Environmental Defense Fund. First of all, thank you again for your leadership, and especially the staff, which I know has been putting a lot of hard work into this. This is a journey for all of us, and I think to get this right, we're going to need to continue to be very reflective about what we're measuring. Are we measuring the right things, and are we setting the right goals? I don't want to echo a lot of what the previous speaker said, although I will say that I very much agree with a lot of those points made. I think the bigger theme here is, personally, I'd like to see a much more robust process with the community, with stakeholders, very, very similar to the one that we undertook for the first round of equity metrics. I believe the last time I was here was when the previous report was released, and since then I think that the outreach and the process with the community has dropped off, and I'd like to see that re-engaged, because I think that a lot of the messages you're going to hear is going to be more about, let's focus on measuring the right things and having an iterative community process. With that, I also think is the importance of a third-party academic advisor, somebody to help us guide this. I work on these kinds of issues nationally, and I have to tell you that nobody has really figured out how to do this correctly yet. But that doesn't mean that we don't need to figure out how to do this correctly. And so to do that, Environmental Defense Fund and the folks at Repower are very much committed to this process. But I think we need to bring in some outside advisors, so I very much would like that to be accelerated. Outreach, community academic advisors. And third, I would be remiss if I didn't say that one of the things that we know that will address some of the disparities measured by equity metrics, because this is not just an exercise in measuring, this is an exercise in addressing inequity. One of those programs is community solar. I really would like to see that process accelerated, and I think that by the next report, I'd like to see much more progress, because that is one thing that we could definitively do to address the disparities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, has Veronica Wilson come?
Is it okay if I take Veronica Wilson's spot since she's not here? I'll write out a card.
Yes, you need to fill out a card.
If the unavailable Veronica Wilson doesn't complain.
Okay, sounds great. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for addressing metrics and equity. It's a really important issue to most of the Los Angeles community by far. What I wanted to mention that I think is different, and of course I'm very supportive and I applaud these really innovative efforts for LADWP to make our resources more equitable to our community, is that when I was a consultant for the Housing Authority, there's this residential advisory committee that was advised that they could no longer water their, they advised the residents that they could no longer water their plants or irrigate their grass. And the Housing Authority said that they did everything they could in their conversations with LADWP to see if they could not go through with the ban, but they basically banned these resources to some of our poorest communities, I think, if not the poorest communities in the city of LA. And it was, I'm just speaking from the heart here, it was really tragic and sad to see, you know, families and old people and children not have vegetation, not have greenery, not have the plants that they use to brighten up their days, because they don't really have access to open space. So this was their open space. This was their happiness. This was their inspiration. And I'm glad that LADWP is addressing this, but there seems to be a need for better communication between LADWP and the Housing Authority and how those resources are allocated to some of our most marginalized communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, then if Veronica Wilson is not here, then that was the last card for, oh, are you Veronica? Oh, that was the last card for 9B.
Center for Biological Diversity.
Yes, she needs to, yeah, she's got a card.
Okay, do we have a presentation? Staff presentation?
We don't have a presentation, but what we do have is we have the metrics that we've worked together with to identify as a starting point. This is our second time reporting on them, and we'd be happy to answer any questions from the board. And we have been taking notes on the speaker cards, and we'll incorporate some of that on our third reporting.
Commissioners, comments, questions?
I'm going to have some comments.
Go ahead.
Should I wait till after the presentation?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Good morning, Mr. President and members of the Commission. My name is John Chen. I'm the Director of Corporate Performance at Department of Water and Power. I just have a few small comments before taking on questions. First of all, I'd like to thank again for the board for your leadership and vision in getting the equity matrix started at Department of Water and Power about a year ago. I had the opportunity to present in May of this year at the California Energy Commission on their proposed California Clean Energy Equity Framework and Indicator. There were members from the CEC and also CPUC Commission. They had high praise for what has been done here. So again, thank you for the board for your leadership on that. We do plan to have another outreach meeting soon in the next couple months or so to talk about what we have done. And in that meeting, I'd like to also invite the program managers for each of those matrices to have a lively discussion with the, stakeholders to see how they're doing and what the plan are for improvements. For this version of the equity matrix, in addition to the beautiful graphs that we have developed, we also attach a dashboard to each of those equity matrix. So it's not just a tool for external communication, but we're also using that as a management tool internally at Department of Water and Power. It will have goals, it have qualifying criteria for each of the program, what the marketing strategy, outreach activities, what are the penetration level, what are the issues. So all those key points will be identified on those dashboards. We have a first cut of those dashboards. I think going forward, it'll be more robust. Particularly, for example, like the low-income program. I understand recently we have hired Susanna coming back from the mayor's office to head on the initiative. So hopefully, for a program like the low-income, that program manager like Susanna can, enhance what is being done existing and have more clear goal for going forward. We have been working very hard under the leadership of the mayor's office on sharing the data with housing department and building safety and Bureau of Engineering. In order to understand the affordable housing market, we first of all need to understand what is the address for those facilities, especially the unit numbers. Sometimes can be confusing. So we will have a master database for the entire city to track those affordable housing so that we can do a better job in outreach to those units. And lastly, we have been actively engaged in activities to work with the academic communities. Currently, we will be having an RP that's hopefully will retain some of those members to help us. We have formed partnership with LMU to do surveys, and they are very well known on their work for the city and for Equity Matrix. And we also have contracts with UCLA to perform data crunching for us on some of the initiatives. So that's my report. Welcome to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I have questions on actually two different areas, but the first one I want to talk about is the outreach to the community. I understand that our goal, and it's a noble goal, is to make resources more equitable to all our ratepayers. But what are you doing to get community input as to the criteria you should be looking for, what you should be measuring, the achievements, are there any special issues? And it's been mentioned here, and I agree, that I would use the neighborhood councils, which are geographic, 97 throughout the city, to find out what outreach methods you should be using and what they think are important, and are we meeting our goals?
So I think currently we have the dashboard, which have an initial, plan for the outreach stating those dashboards. In addition, we'll be working with very closely with Joe Romero and his group to do the outreach. I understand he may have an overall plan for Department of Water and Power outreach to the community. It was mentioned during the last presentation. And we will be having those stakeholder meetings so that we'll provide opportunity to have the program manager to directly engage with the stakeholders to talk about their plans. And hopefully the corporate communication will be there to facilitate and help for those type of engagements.
But you haven't had that yet?
No, but we will be having it. First of all, I think the goal was that initially we wanted to have a graphical representation of what we have done so that visually we can see it. Secondly, we developed a dashboard so we can hold everyone accountable for the programs. And then going forward, we'll be using those as the basis for discussion with the stakeholders so we can continuously improve those programs.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but it seems to me that the more effective way is to start hearing from community and then come up with your plan and then go back and say, is this working, rather than saying, okay, here's what we've done, what do you think? And I think that's been, it seems to me it's backwards. And so now I'm glad that you're going to be meeting with community to say, because I'm sure there are some communities throughout the city that aren't aware of what we're doing and what our goals are.
So, Commissioner, last year, I think under the leadership of Thunderbird, we have held at least 2 or 3 outreach stakeholder meetings with close to 70, invites from the various community organizations to provide input in the development of the equity matrix. I've personally, presented also to the neighborhood council meeting at Department of Water and Power, JFB here, on what we have done. But we are going to go back to them. I understand.
What parts of the city were those meetings held?
I think the neighborhood council was here. It was a general group meeting for all the neighborhood council representative. They have their monthly meeting on the different initiatives. So we presented to that large group.
The advisory group.
That's correct.
So you didn't meet specifically in different areas of the city?
No.
I'd like to suggest that you do that.
Okay, yes.
That we certainly have underserved communities in the Northeast Valley, as well as areas in the city. And I think they should be looked at.
Okay. All right, we'll do that.
Commissioner, hearing what you say, and I completely agree with it. Before the next report, which should be in 6 months, we will go take this to all the various neighborhood councils, maybe individual ones, maybe where there's 5 or 6 of them together, but we will get out into the entire Los Angeles area and present this before the next meeting.
That's good. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Now on a different area. When we're talking about equity, I would like to know about, and we're talking about what we're measuring. Do you encompass our hiring in terms, or is that a whole different department that's doing that in terms of equity in hiring and making jobs available to different communities?
I think one of the 15 equity matrix talks about the employment. We've been working with Shannon, in charge of the personnel department, We have a chart that identify the demographic and also
Is that's not in our packet?
it is here. It is part of it.
I don't know where that is.
And also talks about the gender composition.
Where is that? Can somebody help me?
Page 40. On attachment number 3. Attachment number 3, page 40.
Page 40, attachment. I'm sorry. Where do you see gender? Oh, I don't have that. I don't have that.
It's like the very last page almost.
Well, I have a 40, but it's not that 40.
Yeah, there's two
Okay.
40s.
All right. So this is employment. Okay. All right. So this is by ethnicity.
And the gender. For all the new hires for Department of Water and Power, also for the recent promotions, we have a chart that identify the percentage.
Where is the gender?
On the pie chart, the pie charts.
Oh, so the F is female?
Yes. Yes, yes.
I see. Is this for both water and power?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. I wonder if you could tell me, do we have any women who are linemen, line persons?
We don't have a line. Do you know?
I believe there are a few women in the field. Obviously, it's significantly male-dominated, and one of the discussions that's gotten a lot of attention internally is how we increase and how we access women that are interested in a job in the field. There obviously are a lot of women that would be interested. Our challenge is how do we reach them to bring them on board?
Well, I know that we've had discussions here about pay, and it seems to me that the linemen are making considerably more than other areas in the department, and I understand why. I mean, it's a very difficult and sometimes dangerous job. But are we making that available equally for women to participate and to apply for those jobs?
I think we're internally looking at what that outreach process is, because there is significantly more interest from a male perspective, but again, it's the outreach and how do we get that target audience of those women, as well as other underserved minority communities that would also be interested in this type
of all the linemen, what percentage do you think are women?
I don't have the information offhand, but we can get you the information.
Could you get me that?
Yes.
I can give you probably something that's rough enough.
Okay.
Out of about 500 people, there's probably five, maybe 4. And let me tell you, so we've been talking about this internally for the last several months and how to significantly increase the outreach, because the job's open to anyone that wants to apply, but we've got to look at outreach. And so, frankly, two of the best departments, not just at the City of LA, which have done a great job, but kind of looking to model what we need to do, are police departments and fire departments have really done some excellent outreach. Mm-hmm. So we've been now looking at how their outreach has been created, what their outreach programs are. There's some fantastic video kind of like promotional material, collateral material, and we're looking at going down and speaking with them to model some separate promotional materials for hiring women into the lineman, which sounds like the line worker series, line person series, and then looking also at how can we jointly promote. It's kind of looking at kind of the non-traditional job, if you will. So it is something we very much note that is we need to work on. It is industry-wide, I will tell you that. not just LA, but we need to be a leader here. And so we really, we'll be enabled to go a lot faster if we can model it after something. And again, successful police and firefighter programs really are the model we should be using,
Yeah,
so we
I
can
was
get forward faster.
mention that I thought the closest comparison or analogy would be the fire department, where for years there were no women because they said, well, women couldn't lift the equipment, they couldn't climb up to the whatever. And now we have women firefighters. Now, the criteria for being a lineman, what is the criteria there?
If you want to get like into specific, how much could you have to lift? How that can, we can bring those back on literally the
Yes.
job physical specifics.
Now, I understand you have to be willing to climb up a pole.
Yeah.
And I would think someone who's afraid of heights wouldn't work, so that gets me out. All right, so I think that we need to really, I'm glad that we're talking to the fire department, because I think that's a real good agency to model. And I don't know what their numbers are, but I would be, when we talk to them, I would be interested to see, since they've done that outreach, how many women have they brought on to the force? And what is their success rate with recruiting and, and hiring women?
If I might, maybe we should bring you like a little bit broader picture even, because it's not just the lineman series. There's probably more women in the actual electrical series. And there's also steam plant operation series. That's actually where Marcy came up through. And then also on the water side, there's treatment operators, there's pumping plant operators. So we'll bring you a complete picture on that, so you see all the kind of quote-unquote non-traditional roles.
Right.
There's a number of women in those. And of course, as Reiko said, we're doing a lot to work on our outreach in those areas, but we'll bring you a bigger picture than just the lineman series itself.
Yeah, the reason I brought up the linemen is because I remember that was the group that was making the highest wages, and I wanted to see if that was being made available to women.
Yeah, and I don't recall right now who we have in that class, but I know we've had people in the linemen in the classes leading up to that. So.
Yeah, well, 5 out of 500, we have a long way to go. Now, do you have any plans? Do you, a goal of that you want to, have X number by a certain date? What is your thinking on this?
So far, we don't have the goal. We want the promotional materials, and we want to talk to the fire department. We have to look, as the fire department did, on what are physical requirements, what is actually required, are they appropriate, do we need to adjust them? And they're truly the ones that we need to model after.
Yeah, and I think that's why I'd like to see what their statistics are, and how many they have based on their recruitment. But I think it would be helpful to us to, once we do all that, to have some kind of goal that we would like to hire X number, or recruit X number of women into this, and by a certain date, so we have something to work for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I didn't see anybody. You guys aren't quick enough. Commissioner Vasquez.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your report. I want to thank Commissioner Vanderberg for really spearheading this effort, and all of the staff for really diving into an area where DWP is probably pioneer in this type of policies, or just arranging these type of areas at our utility. So for that, I'm very grateful. I just want to build in a little bit on Commissioner Barat's comment, and what I want to propose and suggest is for us to just widen our net. And as a former vice president of my neighborhood council, I understand how important it is to outreach them, and they have a very rich. But I also want to see other groups that are not like the traditional groups that we work with here, which for the most part are environmental groups. So I want to see us also looking at how affordable housing groups can really contribute to make the equity metrics amazing, and like job placement, groups like job placement, especially because all these resources are going to go to communities that are in very vulnerable places. And I feel like this will be a great input for us to really understand where our best, where these resources are going to be best, utilized. I also want to see transportation and how our, these equity metrics can really connect with groups that work on transportation, homelessness, youth groups. We need to start integrating more of our youth and also academia. And I'll be happy to connect with you. And Ramal, thank you so much for all the efforts that you make to really engage community members. But I think what I'm asking now is that we need to widen our net and really include other stakeholders that we traditionally don't really think about. So this is the list that I have. And I want to see also in the future this working group being similar to the 100% working group, which is a very active and very well attended and thriving group. So I want to see, if this equity matrix is strive to really bring a whole other lens to DWP, we're gonna need a lot of other people wearing those glasses that can really see the equity matrix in a different way, so that we can really make this program and policy really a really great, awesome policy. So thank you.
Commissioner Funderburg. Commissioner Noonan.
And please, I think you'll cover all of our thoughts.
I want to thank the staff and the leadership of the agency for the work that it's done. I'm going to take a cue from Mayor Garcetti, who put all of us here in his statements that he made to the Metro boards over the electrification of the bus fleet recently. It was a hotly debated topic, and at some point the staff was called out as not speccing things out for local content. And I think that I want to take it upon myself and on this board's obligation. It's really us as a board. And that's what Mayor Garcetti said as to the Metro issues on that. And it's really up to us as a board to direct staff on these issues that Commissioner Barad has brought up on gender equity, that Commissioner Vasquez has brought up on the engagement with unrepresented parts of the community. I'd like to put out some very specific things and kind of recall to Kent, to Jorge, to the late Mike Chatham, who we all mourned the death of. Those modern-day freedom riders and people who were fighting. Mike Chatham, for those of you who don't know, Big Mike testified here. He was on the, he died. He had had a difficult life. He died of a heart attack. He had some health issues, and he was on the waiting list for the Uniform Pre-Craft Training Program, which was a well thought out, well envisioned program that DWP had with its union, but there wasn't adequate follow through. So there have been too many people on the wait list. We are not going to have a wait list on equity metrics. I'm here as a board member to tell the community there will be action. But keep in mind that when this was passed, this was over not a lot of objection, but there was resistance because of the because of the difficulty that change represented. We tied legally equity metrics to corporate performance standards because it gives the community a legal right to enforce. It's no longer in EEO. It's no longer in disadvantaged business. It's no longer in this. It is tied with the corporate performance of DWP. So I want to remind everyone who's coming here, and I encourage everybody to come back to us. I always said, please come back to us and tell us what we need to do, and we'll respond to you. So the important thing is that the community has a legal lever. Section 4 of the rate case that was passed last year has 5 items, 5 key performance items that the key performance metrics must go through. There's an identification phase, there's an evaluation phase, there's a variance phase, variance between what the metric is reporting and what the goal is, and then there's a remediation phase. So when we passed these equity metrics before the board, those last 2 items were left up to the future board, which is now us, to take up. So I want to suggest that the board take up between now and February policy on identifying the variance and identifying policy and establishing whatever remediation procedures need to take place. So the key thing is for the community is the community got to write the rules. The community got to establish the legal lever that it can use to make sure that resources are deployed equitably. Keep on coming back to us and letting us know what needs to be done. To Commissioner Broad's comment about outreach, there was outreach actually done. It wasn't done at Bank. It should have been done, but many of the bank leaders come to the Saturday morning, first Saturday of the month meeting, and there wasn't just one presentation given by John Chen. And I think that we're all fortunate. For those of you who, John's a modest guy, but very few of you know that John was one of the visionary architects of the Clean Tech Incubator under our prior mayor, and we're very fortunate to have him, and John has been the data and numbers behind making sure that resources are deployed equitably. But I would say that we need to do more, but that command needs to come from us as a board to staff. So instead of just asking questions and getting partial answers back, we need to formulate our own policy. We need to perhaps have another resolution that drills down further so that the community, especially the under-resourced communities, and I include everybody in that. It could be women who have been overlooked. I don't buy the response, well, there aren't enough. I've heard that too many times from people who don't know what I look like on the telephone, who tell me, well, there aren't enough. And there are plenty of women. The fact is that DWP had the courage to put out to the public something that DWP actually isn't mandated to do. And I think that in that sense, the staff and management really need to be, as the community, I can't tell the community what to do, but the staff and management need to be reminded that we need to encourage the staff and recognize them for what they're doing and keep the pressure on our board to readjust policy if necessary to make sure that the goals are met. In so doing, I think that the original mission of equity metrics will be achieved. And speaking of which, there are a couple of items that I would like to see done and posted on the Equity Metrics website. The council member who oversees the Energy and Environment Committee, asked me about, well, what are these 50 equity metrics, and why are there only 15? because it had been publicized that there are 50. So I'd like to make sure that those 50 that were originally envisioned, and they are going to be staged in. That was the whole plan. This will be staged in. This is permanent. This is, as we said frequently with Big Mike and with Max Shorty and other members of the community, this is the community's delayed gratification. But the 50 metrics need to be known to the public, and they need to be, so that the public can ask us as a board why we're prioritizing things one over the other. And that we should be able to, as a board and management and staff, be able to answer that. So I would ask that that be done. The other thing, there's some, on the procurement end of things, again, it takes a lot of courage for DWP to come out with something that can easily be, can easily be set aside and say, why aren't you doing anything more about this? Well, that leadership has to come from our board. And so I would say on procurement, we really need to look very closely, legal counsel, if possible, at how we can target greater minority participation. This DWP has done better, my understanding is, in the past, and I think that we can do better than what we're doing now, but that leadership and the direction has to come from the board. So that's another thing that I would ask that the management and the board work together with on doing. To Commissioner Barad's gender issue, I don't know if we need to do it now, but I think that again, working more formally with the fire department, when I see a girls' fire department school being advertised, I say, where's DWP's fire department? Well, I'm sure that it takes a lot of resources to do this. And DWP did not raise rates for 20 years, for the most part. For those of you who are, new to this equation, DWP did not raise rates. It didn't raise rates because there wasn't whatever political will, there's recession, whatever, but we got the first 5-year rate increase ever last year, the year before, last year, put into place to give some type of certainty so that the management could make the investments that it needs. From the equity end, I really held my powder to make sure that Dave Wright and his management team had the latitude to build out, and I know that you're still building out, Dave, and even the IT system, DWP's IT system is in the midst of being overhauled. But equity is co-equal with the key performance indicators for a reason. To the community, remind us of that. Remind us of it every 6 months. We will make sure that there will be at least several stakeholder meetings. The bank, yes. I'll commit to coming to bank and being there personally so that the Valley is informed as to what the progress that's being made and the goals that are being set. But again, just to go back to where I started, it's up to us as a board, and I want to say as a board member, thank you to all the staff and management for making this happen. This is a very difficult process to go through, especially when it's not being mandated by some legislature or Washington or whatever to actually take this step to move forward. I think that to the gentleman from EDF, I think that the academic advisor's suggestion that was taken up, and our RFP process takes a while. That's one of the things that we've been trying to correct, but the RFP process takes a while. That's being done, and that's going to be secured, I would assume, at some point, either before the end of the year or beginning of next year. Community solar, everybody in this audience who followed that the past 2 years know where I stand on it. So if you think that we as board members need additional tools or need additional information to push things along further, then please bring it to our attention, and we'll make sure that things are pushed further and the attention is made. The last point is one of the things that was conceived of when the equity metrics got off the ground, and Commissioner Noonan, I have to give many kudos to you for the work that you did on procurement and shining a light on that end of things with DWP. Commissioner Noonan may be quiet and modest, but she carries a big stick. And one of the things that she did recently is to make sure through the investment committee that the equity metrics information is included in the investment committee report, so that the broker dealers and bankers that DWP is dealing with are on notice that these things are important to us. There is one other thing that I want to make sure that deserved mention, and again, taking a cue from the Metro board. Metro had a very groundbreaking procurement where a team of minority and women-owned businesses actually led a major billion-dollar contract and had as a subcontractor majority-owned companies. And I think that DWP can look to Metro as an example for their leadership that they've shown as to how to creatively bring in and bring additional, in my sense, diversity is about corporate performance because you bring more competition. If we need to have more outreach, then I would assume our board can take that up with staff and budget more for outreach. So, John, thank you very much. Thank you to your staff that aren't here, that aren't in front of us, but that worked so hard on putting these numbers together. If the numbers need to be reset based on the community, I look forward to the stakeholder meetings. I'm sure the other commissioners do too, and they're willing to show up as well, because this was not just one person's idea. This was this entire commission's idea and the entire city's idea to make sure that DWP moves forward and does so equitably. So thank you.
I'll just conclude this discussion by, I know I'm speaking for all of my colleagues when we compliment Commissioner Funderburk for his leadership on this issue and his passion on this issue and his effectiveness on this issue. So thank you again, Bill.
Can I add something?
Yes.
Please, I just want to add one thing that Commissioner Funderburk said about the equity, the sex equity in hiring. I think this is the time to do something. It may not be mandated, but it's the right thing to do. In the same way that we're looking at ethnicities, we should be looking at gender equity as well. And I would not want to put it off, and I don't think there's a reason to delay it. I think all this has to be done at the same time. We're working, it's the same goals. When I see that only, 25% or 33% of the hires are women, I think we need to really, work on that. And I have to say that since I've been on this board, which is, I guess, is now 5 years, that I have met more women engineers here than I ever knew existed. And it's always just very impressive to me that women are going into math and science and engineering. And now, and I think that's a great opportunity for women. But now we need to move into what did you call the non-typical?
Non-traditional.
Non-traditional positions that have been held by men. And I would hope that you would look into that as well. And I will offer that if Bill wants to come, that's great. to thank the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils. We represent 1/3 of all the neighborhood councils in the city. We would love to have a presentation. And many of our members are, from the northeast and the middle part of the valley that would really be very interested in participation and community input in what you're doing.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been notified that we now have 36 speakers for item 7C. Let me just make a couple of procedural suggestions. For those of you who aren't used to being here and speaking here, you've got a little sample of our process. We just call up speakers pretty much in the order in which they've signed up. To the extent that both sides are internally coordinated, I think it would be probably constructive for each side to select a lead speaker. Those of you who are supporting the Cadiz project, I assume the lead speaker would come from Cadiz, if there's a Cadiz representative here. Those of you who are opposing it, we've got letters from a variety of environmental groups. I'm not sure who's here and who isn't. If there is a way to designate a lead speaker internally, I don't know how chaotic of a process that might be, but what I would recommend is if we can identify a lead speaker, that person will get 5 minutes on each side. The other speakers will get 1 minute. And again, as I indicated at the beginning, if we start getting repetitive, just saying the same thing other people have said, I'll cut it off. But if it's something new, we'll continue to hear from speakers on both sides. Let me begin and ask, is there a lead speaker here for the pro-Cadiz side? Is somebody representing Cadiz? I see a couple hands, so why don't you guys come up?
Commissioner. President, we did have one more card turned in here that got mixed in with the group for 9B.
Okay, just a second.
Okay.
There's one speaker that got left off for the prior item. Barbara, go ahead and call that card, then we'll move to the next item.
Speaker is Marta Segura? Segura?
Yeah. She was just standing there.
I thought she spoke. Barbara, she
She did,
spoke.
okay.
She spoke already.
Oh, that was the other one. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Quick point of clarity.
Yeah.
So if folks choose somebody to come and speak, one person kind of representing the group, how do we make sure that the rest of the folks are also on record? Is there a way
I
that we
think
can?
everybody else can come speak.
Okay.
Everybody who wants to speak can speak. I just want the leader from each side will get 5 minutes. Everybody else will get a minute until we start redundant speaking. Okay.
Excellent.
The Cadiz, pro-Cadiz spokespeople have the floor first.
Good morning. My name is Amy Steinfeld, and I'm Cadiz's attorney. I'd like to speak for 2.5 minutes and split my time with Jim Leach from Santa Margarita Water District, who is the lead agency for the project. First, we prepared packets for the clerk to pass out to the commissioners. The information we prepared will provide more information on AB 1000 and also the project.
And that will be included in the record.
Thank you. First, we're disappointed that no one contacted us regarding the hearing. We urge you to take no action on the project today. But since we are here today, I'd like to provide some information and more background on the project. I was the attorney and represented Cadiz throughout its CEQA process from 2010 to 2016. The Cadiz project was the subject of a robust CEQA review by not one, but 2 public agencies. It was also subject to independent peer review over a several-year period. The Cadiz project exceeded the basic requirements of CEQA with an extra long comment period and numerous technical sessions and workshops in which thousands testified. The EIR found that project operations would not cause a single environmental impact. These findings have been independently and court validated. In addition, there's no credible debate over the basin's recharge rate. At the end of project operations, the basin will be 95% full after 50 years and more than 90% full even if recharge were zero. The County of San Bernardino also did its own independent review of the project and approved a groundwater management plan which controls extractions. This would be like Inyo and Mono County controlling LA's Owens River diversions. So in other words, there's a lot of oversight over this project. The County of San Bernardino imposed a hard floor on the decline in water levels. It has enforcement authority and may curtail project pumping if harm is anticipated. And really, this moots any discussion over the recharge rate. The EIR and the groundwater management plan were successfully upheld at trial by the California Court of Appeal after 6 lawsuits. None of the opponents sought Supreme Court review, waiving their right to challenge. In sum, this project will improve the reliability of water supplies, reduce dependence on imported water, and enhance water supply flexibility, all without doing harm to the basin or the desert ecosystem. AB 1000, which is the proposed new legislation that we keep hearing about, proposes a do-over by parties that unsuccessfully challenged the project. So even though this legislation specifically targets one project, the Cadiz project, because it claims that CEQA was biased because it was completed by a water district in a distant county, this position poses a threat to projects throughout California, including LADWP's own LA Aqueduct project in Owens Valley. It sets a dangerous precedent that once an infrastructure is approved and goes through the complete secret process, that it can be re-reviewed by the state with new and potentially conflicting conditions and a new round of litigation. So we urge you to oppose AB 1000 and are happy to provide further information as well as written validation of the points made today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a letter as well.
Good morning, Mr. President, Commissioners. My name is Jim Leach. I'm from the Santa Margarita Water District in Orange County. I'm not going to take 2.5 minutes. I just have a couple of brief points that I want to make. First of all, Santa Margarita is the lead agency for the Cadiz project, but this is not an Orange County project. We will receive an allocation of the water that's produced. Most of the water will go to other participating agencies in Los Angeles and San Bernardino counties. Secondly, I'd like to echo the previous speaker. The project has been thoroughly vetted. It's been CEQA approved. It's been thoroughly litigated. The yield and the recharge will be monitored by the and controlled by the County of San Bernardino as a responsible agency. And finally, as has been mentioned just briefly, the elephant in the room is AB 1000. It's a gut and amend bill that was introduced less than a month ago. It's aimed at Cadiz, and it's an attempt to throw more obstacles in the way of this project. After the lawful requirements have been met, the environmental requirements and have been challenged, have been proven up, and proved out in litigation. If AB 1000 prevails, no project will be safe from such after-the-fact, last-minute, superfluous, intrusions into the process. Should it come before you, we urge you to oppose it, along with about 50 other agencies in Southern California, along with BizFed, the Southern California Water Committee, and others. The impact on this project, of course, will be detrimental, but because it will also create long-term harm and cause extraordinary dire circumstances to the CEQA process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know if this is feasible, but is there a lead speaker for the various opponents? Yes.
Good morning, President and Commissioners. We're going to split our 5 minutes.
And please introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Eileen Anderson. I'm a senior scientist with the Center for Biological Diversity, and I'm also an LADWP customer. So I'm here today to thank the Commission for taking leadership in the Cadiz issue. I spoke to you 2 weeks ago on the same issue, and I'm back to reiterate more of our concerns. We've turned in a letter to you so you have a full outline of what our concerns are.
And that letter will be included in the record as well.
Great, great. It's the one with the frog. Getting down to business, though, we are very concerned about this project because of its destructive nature to the heart of the Mojave Desert, and it's really an unnecessary waste of water. It can critically harm the plants and animals who live in the Mojave, and it certainly threatens the Mojave Preserve and the surrounding Mojave Trails National Monument. We ask LADWP to support any legislation that would ensure the California desert parks and monuments and its natural water systems that are protected by requiring the state-level oversight of any groundwater mining schemes in the heart of the Mojave Desert. We see this as a real opportunity for LADWP and our city to continue our environmental leadership here, and this leadership is more important than ever since the Trump administration is trying hard to destroy our public lands and the natural resources and the environment itself in California and elsewhere for profit without thinking about the heritage that we leave our kids. So therefore we ask you to champion support for AB 1000 and to oppose the Cadiz project.
Thank you.
My name is Marina Barragan. I am from Oasis, California, which is located in the East Coachella Valley, which is about 2.5 hours away from here. I came here today with 18 other youth that do not fit in this room, who are outside. We are all with the Sierra Club My Generation campaign. And I was, along with, we filled a bus of high school students. We attended the Feinstein panel that was in Whitewater to designate Mojave Trails, Castle Mountains, and Santa Snow as monuments. Months later, we found out that they were designated as monuments. The day we found that out was amazing. We felt victorious. We got lands protected. And that's everything. I grew up on a ranch where I learned to live off the land. We have animals, we have dates that we would harvest from palm trees that I still help my grandparents harvest. I learned what it meant to live off the land, to take care of the land, to live off Mother Earth and give back. And I think that's something that we lost. We shouldn't be having this conversation about land protection. We have less and less land. I have a 5-year-old nephew that by the time he is my age may never get to see these lands if we keep going the way we are going now. Those youth out there, we come from the Inland Empire and the East Coachella Valley. I struggle with mental illnesses and epilepsy. My healing does not come from medication. My healing comes from going out into nature, sitting in the grass, digging my nails and feet in the dirt, taking deep breaths and feeling the earth beneath me. That is my medicine. That is my healing. If that's gone, I don't know where I'd be. Probably 6 feet under. You're taking away life if you take away land. People will talk about how this project will bring jobs, but what good are temporary jobs if they don't maintain life? We can get jobs. We need clean energy, local jobs that are sustainable, well-paying, that can support a family. I'm from a community where a lot of folks are migrant and farm workers. I have love for the land. Do you? Thank you.
Excuse me, what was your name again? I just want to make sure I pull your card here.
Marina Barragan.
Marina, thank you.
Okay, at this point, Barbara, just go ahead and call the speaker cards in whatever order you have them, and we'll have 1 minute per speaker. And please try not to repeat what other speakers have said.
No, we've already done this one. Okay, the first speaker is Sarojini Lal, and after that, Terry Foreman.
Commission President Levine, Commissioners, thank you for the time to speak with you today. I'm Sarojini Lal, District Director for Assemblymember Laura Friedman. I'll keep this brief. As you know, AB 1000 will require that any transfers of water from outside a groundwater basin underlying desert lands that are in the vicinity of federal or state protected lands be reviewed by the State Lands Commission in consultation with the Department of Fish and Wildlife in order to determine that the transfer does not cause any adverse impacts The current federal administration and the United States Congress has signaled a series of direct challenges to protections previously provided by the federal government to the California desert, including threats to national monuments. The federal administration has prioritized the Cadiz water extraction project by rescinding policies that would trigger a federal environmental review or a NEPA review of the project that was recommended by the Obama administration. This project was also included on the Emergency and National Security Projects list developed by the current administration, even though we can see no reason why that would be. As you know, we are recovering from a 5-year drought. Water is on everyone's minds, and AB 1000 is here to ensure that water policy is developed soundly, scientifically, and for the betterment of all Californians on whom we depend for water. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Terry Foreman, and after that, Saul Renteria.
Thank you, Mr. President and Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you here today. My name is Terry Foreman. I'm a senior hydrogeologist. I retired from CH2M Hill Environmental Consulting Firm after 30 years of service doing groundwater resource studies throughout the Southwest and particularly here in Southern California. Working on great projects like the West Basin Recycled Water Program, conjunctive use projects throughout the area, et cetera. So I have a lot of experience doing this kind of work, and I was retained by Cadiz to look at that project. And there's a lot of misinformation out there, and hopefully I can summarize that. I do have documents here that have the detailed information. But in summary, the groundwater basin has over 20 million acre feet, as much as 34 million acre feet. That's like Lake Mead sitting there in the desert with that much water in it. And as was mentioned earlier, even all the water we took out, if there was no recharge at all, the basin would still be 95% full. There's been a lot of comments about recharge analysis. I did the extensive analysis of recharge using most available information, the most available scientific methods, including those produced by the USGS. And then more importantly, we had the Desert Research Institute basically close the water balance. So the water balance includes recharge and discharge. We were able to estimate the recharge with some techniques, but then we got the discharge component measured by DRI, the Desert Research Institute. And those measurements are consistent with the recharge measurements of over 32,000 acre feet a year. So we feel we have a very good handle on
Could you
what
wrap
the
up your
recharge
remarks,
is.
please? Your time is up.
Go ahead, Barbara. It's okay. He's doing that.
Okay, so, and then with that, we were able to do groundwater modeling. We used the most state-of-the-art groundwater models to look at groundwater levels, storage, water quality, and subsidence. And there's basically no impacts associated along any of those items. There was also a separate study done of the dry lake in terms of potential for dust, and there's no potential because of the nature of these dry lake playas has a crust on the surface that prevents the dust. The mining operations have disturbed that, so those could create dust, but our operation will not create dust. And then most importantly, the county did adopt a groundwater management plan, which is probably the most extensive groundwater management plan that exists today, and put controls on what we can do with the project. As mentioned earlier, they established a floor, so we can only take groundwater levels down to a certain level, and we cannot exceed those, otherwise the county could mitigate or stop the pumping. So we'll be monitoring water quality, we'll be monitoring subsidence, we'll be monitoring groundwater levels and storage. So we have the plethora of a monitoring program to make sure there are no adverse impacts. We don't believe there will be, but we're going to make sure of that, and it'll be reviewed and redone essentially every 5 years to make sure we're on track. So with that,
we normally don't engage back and forth, but I just have one question that I'd like to ask you. You guys have been the sort of the voice of Cadiz's science. Are you also the project's lead contractor, your company?
Well, I'm retired, semi-retired.
Well, the company that hired you, CH2M Hill Are they the project's lead contractor?
They're one of the many contractors.
So
that
they
are
work for,
involved.
they do work for Cadiz?
Sure, yeah, as well as a number of
Okay,
other
so that I just note that your estimates with regard to discharge are dramatically different from that of the U.S. Geological Survey, who gave a 2,000 to 10,000 acre feet per year range in 2002, and then after your report came out, Senator Feinstein asked them if there's any new information, and they said, we're not aware of any new information that would change our recharge estimates, so that your estimates and that of a not-for-profit, unpaid federal agency are dramatically different, whereas you also work for, the work you did was for a company that was also serving as lead contractor. I just think that needs to be noted.
Let me correct the record there.
Please.
The Desert Research Institute measured the evaporation off the dry lake. Everything else you've been hearing are assumptions about evaporation off the dry lake. So that information is much more credible because they went out and set up instrumentation and actually measured the evaporation off the dry lakes.
So both the U.S. Geological Survey and the National Park Service numbers, you don't feel that they have any credibility?
They're based on a bunch of assumptions. And if you take the numbers that we have for the Bristol and Cadiz dry lakes, the evaporation off those dry lakes is in the range of dry lakes that the U.S. has done for other areas like in the Death Valley region. And our Bristol dry lake is on the lower end of those evaporation rates, and Cadiz is around the middle. So we're not extreme in any way. We're basically right within the range of the numbers that have been measured of other similar dry lakes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I find it ironic that these two very reliable federal government entities are so starkly different from your numbers.
And they based it on assumptions that they thought were similar to what was in the region, but clearly they didn't have actual data like we had.
Okay.
And that information is in the record.
Thank you.
And just one more thing. This is the environmental document. I think someone was interested in seeing that. This is a double-sided page. We'll be happy to provide the link.
Why don't you put them on the desk here, and then we'll have some strong person distribute them later on.
Well, this is just one.
Oh, this is just one?
Yeah.
Well, okay. We'll leave them there for the moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Visual effect.
Okay, Barbara.
Okay, the next speaker is Saul Renteria, and after that, Angel Olvera.
Hello, good morning. My name is Saul Renteria. I'm the Public Affairs Director for the Southern California District Council of Laborers. And I'm here today on behalf of our business manager and our leader, Armando Esparza, who has, I have a letter from him to the board. I'd like to present it in the record.
The letter, if you get it up here, it'll be included in the record.
So the Southern California District Council of Laborers, we are in strong support of the Cadiz Valley Water Project. It's going to be supporting and creating over 6,000 jobs of good paying jobs. There's a lady that came up here earlier and talked about them being temporary jobs. We don't see it that way. These are career supporting jobs, family supporting jobs that are going to support people within this county and several counties in San Bernardino and Mono and Inyo, Riverside County, including veterans. We are against and opposed the AB 1000, as this is a gut and amend bill, as you heard earlier, and as somebody mentioned earlier. This is an attempt to hurt the Cadiz Valley Water Project, which is privately financed and doesn't ask for any public monies. This is going to put a lot of people to work, create a lot of good jobs, and help continue to help families who are in need of jobs put back to work, and so they can continue to be good members of society and pay their mortgage and pay their houses, which our families deeply depend on, especially as rates and other amenities continue to go up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Angel Olvera, and after that, Wesley May.
Good morning, President, Commissioners, and staff. My name's Angel Olvera, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Labor's International Union of North America. We need to make clear that the board knows that labor is in support of this project. After the project being completed and all environmental compliance successfully passed, and it's great for good jobs, I'd like to present to you a letter on behalf of the Labor's Union, Operators Union, and the State Building Trades. If you don't mind, thank you very much for allowing me this time.
Thank you. That letter will be included in the record as well.
Okay, the next speaker is Angel Olvera, and after that, Wesley May. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. The next speaker is Wesley May.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Wes May. I'm the Executive Director of the Engineering Contractors Association of Southern California. 200-member company, 7,000 workers, 24,000 household members that do heavy underground installation of water and sewer lines in Southern California, including water treatment plants and sewage treatment plants. Our Board of Directors looked at the Cadiz Valley Water Project many years ago and voted to endorse it about 6 years ago. And we didn't take it lightly, because we are also in partnership with the Labor's local Southern California District Council of Labor's, Operating Engineers Local 12, Cement Masons Locals 500 and 600, as well as the Carpenters and the Teamsters, and we are in support of this program. I also have a letter that we sent to Mr. Hertzberg, the chair of the Senate Committee on Natural Resources, in opposition to Assembly Bill 1000, which you've heard comments on already. Also, as a 36-year veteran of the United States Marine Corps, I know that we have veterans in all of those 5 crafts, as well as the building trades, that are ready to go to work right now on this privately funded project. Thank you.
Thank you. And your letter will be included in the record.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sarah Wildfong, and after that, Christine Rangel.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Wiltfong, and I am here on behalf of the Los Angeles County Business Federation, or BizFed. We are an alliance of 160 business organizations that represent over 325,000 employers in LA County, with more than 3 million employees. And we are here to express our strong support for the Cadiz Water Project. As already mentioned, we believe the Cadiz Water Project is an innovative water project that can safely deliver a new 50-year water supply to Southern California residents and businesses, in addition to create up to 6,000 jobs for our region, for our regional economy. In addition to that, since 2009, the project has been extensively studied and publicly reviewed and approved under California's stringent environmental laws. And in each and every case, it was determined to have no significant adverse environmental impacts of any kind. We also strongly oppose AB 1000, which is the Friedman bill already mentioned. It's a gut and amend legislation that seeks to create a new certification process for water conveyed in California's water transportation system that we believe is unnecessary. And I also have a letter here to Senator Hertzberg on behalf of BizFed opposing AB 1000.
Thank you. We will also include your letter in the record.
Okay, the next speaker is Christine Rangel, and after that, Richard Lombros.
Good morning, President and Commissioners. My name is Christine Rangel. I represent the thousands of building industry professionals who are dedicated to helping resolve Los Angeles's housing crisis. We are the Building Industry Association. We support and understand the board wanting to be informed of the Cadiz project, but we don't understand why Cadiz itself was not invited to provide a presentation to you today. BIA supports the Cadiz water project. Water supply reliability underpins Southern California's economy. Sufficient water supply is required before new housing can be built. If we can't build them, the housing crisis will worsen. Cadiz will help ensure reliability by adding enough water to the system to meet the needs of 100,000 Southern California families. On July 18th, your staff presented a review of the Cadiz project. Many of your comments had to do with LADWP not being impacted one way or another with the project. Therefore, we don't understand the board's ongoing interest with Cadiz for pending legislation AB 1000. If this is about AB 1000, it's not a question of whether or not you support the project, but whether or not you support CEQA as the state's standard for the review of water transfers and water infrastructure projects. By requiring an additional review process over and above CEQA for this project, AB 1000 opens the door for similar additional challenges to other critically important projects. CEQA is California's standard, the toughest environmental law in the nation. If a project gets through CEQA and prevails in the court challenges that so often follow, then that should be it. If AB 1000 becomes law, CEQA will no longer be that standard. This commission and DWP will no longer have any assurance that your complete compliance with CEQA will be enough for your future projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Richard Lombros, and after that, Thomas Ruiz.
Good morning, President Levine, members of the board. My name is Richard Lambros, here today representing the Southern California Partnership for Jobs. The partnership is a true partnership between the construction management industry and organized labor throughout Southern California. We represent over 2,700 construction firms and over 90,000 skilled union workers in Southern California. The partnership's role is really infrastructure. We educate on infrastructure and the need for it throughout Southern California, and we advocate for critical projects when we find them to be responsible and of high quality. Cadiz is just such a project. Now, we appreciate greatly DWP's interest in learning more about this project. The dialogue today is starting to take on a bit of a feel of a project approval hearing, and we hope that if you really are interested in doing more than learning briefly about the project in a forum such as this, if you really do want to dig in and make a recommendation on a project that has a 20-year history, 8 years on this iteration, as you can see, tons of environmental and other work that has been done. If there really is a desire to recommend in any way on this project or AB 1000, we would strongly encourage Cadiz be invited in, as well as project opponents and those who object to the project, so you can have a thorough vetting. But anything short of that is not really doing justice to this project that has been in the works for quite some time. We, of course, appreciate the opportunity to have an informed discussion you're having today, but do want, on behalf of Partnership for Jobs, strongly recommend and strongly encourage respectfully that if there's any action, that further review is necessary, and we would be happy to participate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Thomas Ruiz, and after that, Peter Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Reese. I come before you on behalf of Labor's Local 783 in San Bernardino County that represents San Bernardino County, Inyo, and Mono County. We represent the construction laborers out in the field, hardworking men and women that depend on these type of jobs, like the Cadiz Water Project. As San Bernardino County looks for opportunities to put people to work, we urge other counties, neighboring counties and agencies to assist and not hinder. We as a laborers union have worked tirelessly with the business community to secure these types of projects, and we ask for you guys to support our endeavors in approving the Cadiz Water Project and opposing AB 1000. We currently have 1,000 megawatts of solar energy that could be affected by the AB 1000, which will further weaken the economy in San Bernardino County, and we just hope that we can count on you guys to support our endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Peter Brooks, and after that, Daimon Nagami.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Peter Brooks. I'm a DWP ratepayer, also a homeowner in the Mojave Desert, and here in support of AB 1000 against Cadiz. I'm also a former Marine who was stationed out in 29 Palms, did a lot of my training before Iraq in the Cadiz watershed, fell in love with the area, and since that time I've worked as a professional in the water wastewater industry here in LA, running a small business. I have a recent op-ed in the LA Times that I'll direct towards you, but I'll summarize briefly my opposition to Cadiz. The first is that this is an unnecessary source of water. Between conservation, decentralized reuse, and stormwater capture, we can effectively render any imported water unnecessary from this water resource. These localized supplies are also not prone to natural disasters and are much more efficient than pumping water hundreds of miles. It's also a costly source of water. It's about 40% higher than the imported raw water rates for Metropolitan Water District, and it has a 5% escalator built in. It's bad business. It's a bad deal for the districts that are trying to purchase it. It's also not a significant source of jobs. It's a temporary source, and as compared to the about $1.3 billion in infrastructure projects that are foregone right now, there are projects, water and wastewater projects that are needed, actually required, that are far higher up on the order of priority than this. I would also, specifically to DWP, there's a known carcinogen identified in this water resource that would impact the water resources that flow through DWP. I will note that the Chrome-6 that's there that could be treated, but we're not sure to what level, would never reach Orange County Water District. It would impact the LA Basin, though, however. And finally, I basically would just say that to threaten the desert resources for what's ultimately an unnecessarily and costly source of water is not just bad for our public lands, it's bad water policy and bad business. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Damon Nagami, and after that, Linda Castro.
Good morning, Commissioners. Damon Nagami, a senior attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council. I'm here on behalf of our tens of thousands of members and activists who live and work in Los Angeles to urge this board and the department to oppose the Cadiz Desert Groundwater Mining Project. NRDC supports Assembly Bill 1000. We urge LADWP to do the same. This bill does not set precedent. It's limited to protecting desert, natural, and cultural resources. This state-level protection is critical in the face of unprecedented rollbacks of environmental regulations by the Trump administration and Congress. We urge LADWP to continue to demonstrate the city's environmental leadership by opposing this project and supporting AB 1000. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Linda Castro, and after that, Teresa Brady.
Good morning, I'm Linda Castro.
Can you pull the mic down a little?
Yes, I'm very short, I really, sorry about that. I'm Linda Castro, and I'm a DWP customer. I'm also the Assistant Policy Director for the California Wilderness Coalition. I support DWP sending a letter to the City Council that recommends they support AB 1000. I think that would show great environmental leadership on DWP's part, and that's important to me as a DWP customer. Methods such as conservation, recycling, stormwater capture, and desalinization are far better and more economical ways of meeting our water needs than purchasing water from companies that take water from desert aquifers and transfer it long distances. And by supporting AB 1000, DWP would also show that it's at the forefront of water planning, which has moved away from the centralized, over-engineered projects of the past to decentralized infrastructure that is more resilient and efficient. The bottom line is the cost of moving water long distances has grown, while the lower cost of technology and other factors have made smaller, decentralized projects less costly. The more DWP keeps its costs down, the more it keeps its rates down, and that makes me and your other customers much happier. And finally, I just wanted to say that AB 1000 gives California the final decision about what happens to groundwater in California's deserts, not the U.S. Department of Interior, not the spin doctors and lobbyists for companies that want to deplete those aquifers.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Teresa Brady, and after that, Ted Stimphil.
Hi, my name's Teresa Brady, and I support AB 1000 and oppose the Cadiz project. It's really important that we have safe drinking water, and the carcinogen concerns me that I heard about. It's also important to me that we protect wild areas like the desert. And groundwater is especially important for the desert, as you know from the Paiute issue, where the water has been drawn out of there, and even their native trees are dying. And this is probably a very similar issue about if the groundwater is removed and thousands of gallons, I think they said 50,000, and the recharge is only 2,000 a year, there's a very strong chance that all of the native vegetation will die and the wildlife that depend on it will. And so, and I understand that I did really look at the AB 1000 that was linked through that article that called it a bait and switch bill. It's not. It just says that they have to review whether it will impact wildlife. They have to look at the wildlife aspects before they remove groundwater. It's just common sense. It's not bait and switch. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Ted Stimphil, and after that, Kent Manault.
Good morning. Ted Stimphil, a local resident.
I have been following this project personally, attending the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors meetings along through the Santa Margarita Water District hearings. And there has been a tremendous conflict in the numbers that have been presented on the pro and con side. And this really is something where I wish to voice my support for AB 1000 because it will try to address, actually it would guarantee a proper independent analysis of these numbers. And the numbers that Santa Margarita Water District has put forth have been rather self-serving for their CEQA, and I think that really AB 1000 is needed. Something that was raised a little earlier is that this project would only take 5% of the amount of water that's below ground. Well, it's that 5% that is critical for the environment of the desert to continue. You lower that 5%, it's going to cause devastation for literally thousands of years. And I wish to request your support for AB 1000. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Kent Minolt, and after that, Veronica Wilson.
Good morning again, Commissioners. I'm Kent Minolt. I work with the Sierra Club. Testifying about this Cadiz proposal is important to me. I'm no expert on the technical aspects of water delivery and such, and though I've been to the desert a few times and enjoyed it, I can't claim a deep or special feeling for it. But my opposition to the project stems more from the shock I feel when I see big money going after a place that's delicate, where people and creatures who live there have few resources to defend themselves. I get enough of the scientists' analysis to realize that sucking huge quantities of water out of this dry place would kill off a lot of bighorn sheep, bobcats, and migratory birds. I'm asking you to imagine they could come down here and give comment. The animals, what would they say? They might talk about how learning to use the resources of the desert helps them survive in a place where a lot of their natural predators don't want to go, but they couldn't tell you how Cadiz used obscure exemptions to evade the usual legal requirements, and how they had special pull in high places to scoot their project past the protections the law is supposed to afford those animals. Bighorn sheep and Tui chub don't read up on that stuff. Well, we have good people here who can be their voice. They'll argue well, but imagine, please, that those animals are here talking to us today. Hearing their voices is the whole point behind environmental justice. Thanks.
Okay, the next speaker is Veronica Wilson, and after that, Nick Grief.
Hi, my name is Lizette Hernandez, and I'm actually, Veronica Wilson volunteered her spot for me, if that's all right.
It's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Just make sure you fill out a card for yourself.
I did. So my name is Lizette Hernandez. I'm a resident of South Central LA, and I work at the Sierra Club, My Generation campaign. I'm here today to speak to oppose the Cadiz project. I'm also of indigenous descent. My family is from Central America, of Mayan and Chinca descent. So when I hear of our brothers and sisters, the Navajo people and other people that will be immediately affected by this project, who probably cannot be here in numbers, I feel obligated to be here and to say something, because even though there are borders, the indigenous people have always been good to my peoples. And so my concern is, the previous speaker had spoke about the animals, but my concern is the people, and making sure that this department and all the decision makers are able to responsibly consider the impacts on the people. Is that my time?
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Nick Grief, and after that, Joseph Andrews.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nick Greif, Director of Policy and Legislation for Councilmember David Rue. I'd like to thank all of you for being here this morning and hearing this item. Certainly, my boss also appreciates that several of you live in this district, which he's always very thankful of. We're here today to support AB 1000. We hope that the Commission will support AB 1000, and that someone will make a motion to put that, I believe, on your next agenda, since I don't think you can act on it today based on the agenda I looked at. But if you can, that would also be appreciated. Our office understands that a lot of things are changing in terms of how we view environmentally sustainable projects, how much water we think we need versus how much we thought we needed, 8 or 20 years ago when these projects were envisioned. And we appreciate the additional review that the Assembly member is pushing for. So we support that. There's a resolution currently pending at the City Council, which we support, that was put in by Councilwoman Martinez, who heads the Environment and Energy Committee. And we will support that as well when it comes to a vote, and appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Joseph Andrews, and after that, Snowdy Dodson.
Good morning, President, Commissioners, and staff. My name is Joe Andrews. I'm an LADWP ratepayer. I'm also a volunteer with Sierra Club. I'm the acting chair of their legal committee, but I'm not here in any capacity to represent them. I feel like I'm here to represent common sense. I grew up in the desert, not this desert, but Palmdale, Lancaster, and I know it's an area that's teeming with life. A lot of people, and Cadiz seems to be one, seem to look at it as a wasteland that doesn't have to be cared for. It's not a wasteland. It's teeming with wildlife. You just have to know where and when to look for it. And just like us, to a different extent, the wildlife needs water to survive. And taking away that water is going to harm the wildlife. You don't need to pay somebody 100, 200, 300,000, whatever these folks have been paid, to come in and tell you that if you take away water, you're going to hurt wildlife. It's common sense. All you have to do is follow your common sense. Common sense also tells us this is not a sustainable project. If you look at you apply common sense, again, you can pay somebody hundreds of thousands of dollars to come up with hocus pocus, but what we know is that if you take 50 to 75,000 acre feet a year, and the replenishment rate, according to the reliable sources, the National Park Service, U.S. Geological Survey, is somewhere between 2 to 10, you just subtract one from the other. You don't need to be a math major to know you're running a big deficit. Huge deficit in essentially a closed system. Cadiz wants to put its drawdown to the lowest level to draw out as much water as they can out of this closed system. It's not sustainable. So why would you want a system that is not going to be sustainable either in the short run or the long run? It's not a really complicated analysis. It's common sense. Cadiz was here this morning complaining about interference. AB 1000 is interference, they say. They don't mention Donald Trump and his merry band of billionaires who are pushing this project, who have are doing their best to get this in a posture to go through. That's interference. That's their war on the environment. I don't think anybody can deny that war is going on. And this body, these commissioners, are in a position to help do something that makes sense, that's consistent with common sense. So I would ask you to support AB 1000 and to oppose the Cadiz project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Snowdy Dodson, and after that, Marta Segura.
Good morning. My name is Snowdy Dodson. I represent the California Native Plant Society Los Angeles Santa Monica Mountains chapter. I am also representing myself. I live in DWP territory. I grew up in the northwest Mojave Desert in the town of Ridgecrest. So I do have experience with deserts and what happens when groundwater is taken away. So I would like to urge you to stop this Cadiz train wreck that would destroy a precious, irreplaceable desert aquifer. DWP and the City of Los Angeles should not support repeating the groundwater mistakes of the past. I give you the Owens Valley, Owens Lake, Owens River, Mono Lake. all of which have led to endless litigations and mitigations impacting our state's desert open spaces and their threatened flora and fauna. Our deserts should not be exploited, but afforded further protections for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marta Segura, and after that, Sandra Cottrell.
Great, good morning. Thank you for having us today. My name is Marta Segura, and I'm with the Center for Biological Diversity. And even though I'm here as an environmentalist and environmental justice advocate, I did want to point out that my father was a laborer most all of his life, and my mother was a teamster most all of her life, so I do come from a labor family. And I do think that this project will ultimately impact the local jobs. There are local jobs as a result of the tourism, of the visitors that go to see the Mojave National Monument, the Mojave Trails, and not just in the park, but everything around the park that has an economy that has grown so that it could support the tourism and the people that come to visit the park. So those are long-term jobs, and those people also have the need to expect that those jobs will be maintained. And if somebody were to go through with this project, then those jobs would ultimately be lost. This is definitely a project that I'm against because it would critically not just harm the animals and the plants and the local jobs, but I think it would critically harm how we are viewed as a city and as a country, as a state that is trying to be the leader in the environment and climate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Sandra Cottrell, and after that, David Longfor.
Hi, my name is Sandra Cattell, by the way. There's no
Cantel.
R. Okay, I am here representing the Sierra Club Angeles chapter, and there's almost 50,000 of us here. We did send you a letter, Mr. Levine. It should be in your possession. But also the National Wildlands team of the Sierra Club. I brought a visual. I wanted to represent the flora and fauna, and bighorn sheep are a little difficult. So I brought you to show you a desert willow. They're so beautiful. They signify water, and they are not found in very, very many places. February 2016, I stood with Secretary of the Interior Sally Jewell, California Secretary of Natural Resources John Laird, and dignitaries from the BLM, the Forest Service, many electeds. All of us applauded finally protecting the 3 desert areas as monuments: Mojave Trail, Santa, Snow, and Castle Mountains. The Cadiz plan would have an adverse impact on these federal lands. And thank you, Mr. Levine, for noting the discrepancy on the recharge over the U.S. Geologic Survey and National Park Survey. We've learned from the Central Basin that overdraft of an aquifer leads to a collapse of the storage area, reducing the aquifer capacity forever. And finally, the mayor's sustainability plan calls for less imported water, not more. This would be importing water from the Mojave Desert. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is David Lom.
We support AB 1000 and oppose Cadiz.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hope everybody's doing well. My name is David Lamfrom, and I work with the National Parks Conservation Association. I came from Barstow, California this morning to be here with you. I only have a minute, so I just want to say a couple of very high-level things. I am part of a large coalition that supports AB 1000. We submitted a letter with 13 organizations this morning. That letter includes organizations that represent millions of Californians and hundreds of thousands of Angelenos. In relationship to the project, there is a reason that this project has been ongoing for more than 20 years. There's a reason that the scientists who have looked at this, who are not being paid by Cadiz, found vastly different amounts of water than the paid scientists do. There's a reason that the rural communities in the California desert do and continue to oppose this. Hundreds of organizations. I will submit a support letter for AB 1000 to you as well. Beyond all that, local businesses that have operated in the Mojave Desert for almost 100 years are stand to be put out of business by this project. Final point I just want to make is that we're deeply thankful to LA for their support in helping us create 3 new national monuments. I worked on that effort since 2009. Cadiz is the existential threat to Mojave Trails National Monument. Cadiz is the reason that that national monument is under threat of being reduced or rescinded. For those of us who live and work in the Mojave Desert, this is a critical moment, and this is the issue of our time. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in from Barstow.
Okay, and the next speaker is Ruben Garza, and after that is Raul. I'm not sure the last name, Zenjayas? Okay.
Say my name and where I'm from. All right. My name is Ruben Garza from the Eastern Coachella Valley, from Riverside. With coming over here and hearing my lands and all these monuments trying to be taken away from us, taken away from the people that go over there, and look up on this board, and I don't know if you ever been to the national parks or the monuments. Have you seen over there? Like, I don't go there often. I'm in a very poor family. When I go over there, I live. When I come out here, I don't go out to LA much, but when I do, everything's already set out for me. I already know where everything's at. When I go over there, I find myself. I allow myself to find myself. When I go out there, nature finds me. I allow myself to feel who I want to feel, and it brings me so much joy. And for you to take away something that is a part of me, you're taking away me. And I don't want you to do that, because you're just hurting me and my family and my friends and everybody I love, because this is not just land. It's not just water. It's more than that. It's this bond that we created. And if you can't see that, then maybe you don't deserve to be on this board.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Raul, and after that, Samuel Rodriguez.
All right, so hello. My name is Raul Medel Sendejas, and I'm from the Eastern Coachella Valley. I'm here to urge y'all to continue your environmental leadership and to protect sacred native land from violent corporation theft. I think that we've allowed our land to be pimped out enough, and I think we're tired, and we are tired of native sacred land being desecrated by capitalism.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next speaker is Samuel Rodriguez, and after that, Brianna Barraza.
Hello, thank you for allowing us to speak here. My name is Samuel Rodriguez. I am a lifelong desert resident, and I'm here to simply urge the board to continue their environmental leadership here in California and to oppose the unnecessary Cadiz project that will have catastrophic effects on the Mojave ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Brianna Barraza, and after that, Ben Salgado.
Hello, my name is Berania Barraza from Thermal, California. I oppose Cadiz water project because these are lands that have been protected for centuries. People have put their blood, sweat, and tears to protect these lands. So the moment these monuments get destroyed for corporate gain is the moment you disregard their efforts. This project will critically harm not only the land, but as well as water and their inhabitants. That being said, I want to thank the Commission for their leadership on this issue.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Ben Salgado, and after that, Daryl Gale.
Hello, everybody. I am Ben Salgado. I am from San Bernardino, California. I want to start off by saying I am in the Army National Guard. I joined the National Guard because in the future I want kids, and I want them to have a stress-free life and not worry about things like healthcare or anything. I want to be able to provide for them, and I want them to live a stress-free life and see the beauties the world has to offer. And
Also, I'm in the National Guard because it's my duty to protect my country, and I'm here today to protect our desert land and water. And I want my kids to see something as beautiful as these national monuments that have not yet been touched by man. And I feel like if we take them away, I won't be able to give my kids that benefit to see something so pretty and untouched and ancient and just beautiful. I also just want to thank the Commission for their leadership and being able to hear us out, and it means a lot, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Daryl Gale, and after that, Joshua Bell.
Good afternoon. I'm Daryl Gale, downtown resident, and I actually walked here. We are currently experiencing an unprecedented drought. Besides our summers being hotter and longer, various parts of our coast are now experiencing sea level encroachment. There are a few cities in California that are now suing Chevron for global warming and their coastal degradation. The Cadiz project is dangerous to the desert and to our tourist economy. And why do we need another pipeline, and why to take water away from the desert? In a drought, how can we be certain of the concept of recharge? CH2M Hill is a very esteemed environmental engineering firm, but when the statistics and the research is based on pre-drought statistics and conditions, how can we believe that recharge will be able to happen? It's very concerning. Please support the safety of this pristine natural area. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Joshua Bell, and after that, Cindy Koch.
Good afternoon, the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Thank you for allowing me the time to express my thoughts and views on item 7C. My name is Joshua Bell. I'm from San Bernardino, and I'm currently a volunteer with the Sierra Club. Our former president wanted to ensure the protection of our ecosystem, not only within the designated area of the Mojave Trails, but throughout all of the United States. However, we as the human race have a tendency to overreach and overstep our bounds. Although the construction of the Cadiz project may create an estimated 5,900 jobs, it's only temporary employment. Upon completion of this project, those same people will once again be unemployed until they find the next source of resources to tap from, at which point the cycle will continue again. Without your support, that would ensure that the California deserts, national parks, monuments, and its natural water systems will leave our lands liable to attack from these private industries. As we continue to use more and more, we place even greater limits on these already limited resources in hopes of creating these only temporary jobs. Without taking the very necessary long-term step like building our own reservoirs within our cities, we run the risk of overuse and become solely dependent on these limited natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Cindy Koch, and after that, Asher Jones.
Hi, everyone. My name is Cindy Koch, not related to the brothers. And back in 1970, it was a first Earth Day. I was 15 years old, picking up trash. And I told myself, I promised myself I would watch over this environment as much as I can. I came here today to encourage all of you, our decision makers, to please keep resisting all the nonsense coming from this new administration. Once we give up our land and water for profit, we'll never get it back. We can't drink money. Resist, people, resist. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Asher Jones, and after that, Laura Torres.
Hello, my name is Asher Jones, and I'm here for a very, very specific reason. I come from Riverside, California. I personally want to protect the monuments because of what they represent and symbolize to me. They symbolize healing, and they symbolize a way of life for Native American folks who believe that these are sacred sites. So I want to say first that this is indigenous land, and we need to also recognize that if we don't protect these monuments, then we're not protecting a group of folks that have been here long before us. I also want to say that one of my experiences with self-care and healing has been in the San Bernardino Mountains of Vital Creek. I'm not very good at hiking, and I'm not really experienced, but my experience here with Yazi Kasavati with the Sierra Club and Mercedes Tofa with the Sierra Club as well, helping me. Yazi was in front of me, Mercedes was behind me, and they're helping me up the waterfall. And that waterfall represented me and my journey as a leader in the Sierra Club and my progression, and how much this waterfall symbolized to me that even though I might be afraid to fall, there's still people to pick me up. So please know what this monuments mean to other folks, not only culturally, but symbolically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Laura Torres, and after that, Sarah Friedman.
Hi, thank you for the time and for letting us voice our opinions. My name is Laura Nayeli Torres, and I work for the National Parks Conservation. I'm also a LADWP resident. I live in Boyle Heights. And in addition to all the species that are near extinction, the delicate balance of our desert, the Mojave Desert, the desert in general, is very special to me. It's actually where I spend every other year for New Year's to reflect, to re-energize, to bring me that balance, to connect with my own heritage. So there's multiple reasons why we need to protect this land. There's multiple reasons why many organizations, many individuals have been working to set federal protections. And at the moment, we know that we can't rely on the federal government to continue protecting our lands. And it's really important that as Californians, we're protecting these spaces for our own local communities, for our national communities, and realistically for people all over the world. Every time I go to visit these sites, I hear about people who are traveling internationally across seas, across countries to come visit these sites because they really value how special, how meaningful they are, how much spirituality there is in these places. So I urge you to oppose the destructive Cadiz project. There are really much better ways for us to think about our long-term sustainability and to make our local communities more resilient with local projects, not projects that are short-term and that really we cannot predict the harm that will come with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Sarah Friedman, and after that, Lorraine Salas.
Hi, thank you, Commissioners and President. My name is Sarah Friedman, and I'm with the Sierra Club. I'm a DWP customer, and I'm also a Desert and Natural Resources Policy staffer for the Sierra Club. I'm also here to talk about jobs. I think, as we all know, the protected lands of the California desert are the regional driver for jobs. Joshua Tree and Mojave National Preserve last year alone generated $150 million in 2,100 direct jobs. That's huge. The data is not out yet for Mojave Trails and the new monuments, but it's going to be large. Joshua Tree is the single biggest Googled term in, I believe, Southern California when we get visitors. Those visitors, some of those folks are coming from LA. We use and depend on our desert parks and monuments for spiritual space, for nature, for being outside, all the things that we can't quite get in Los Angeles. But I'd also like to point out that a bunch of those folks are international, German tourism, national, up from other European nations, and they generally fly into LA. They stop a night here, they go to our beaches, they stay in our hotels, and they move on. So this is not only a regional desert issue, but it's a regional Southern California environmental and economic issue. So I just want to thank the board for their leadership, the city for environmental leadership. It's now more important than ever.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Lorraine Salas, and after that, Rolando Salmeron.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am a resident near the Salton Sea, and if any one of you know about the disaster that is happening at the Salton Sea, you all need to go out there right now and check it out and see how many bird life has been affected or has been decreased because of one of the largest rural to urban water transfers in the history of the United States. As you can see, I'm very livid right now because I work out there. And some of the students that were here are former students of the Eastern Coachella Valley. They know how important it is, how important the Eastern Coachella Valley, the Mojave Desert is to them, because for some of us, it's our livelihoods. I hear of people getting sick, of getting valley fever because of the dust that will one day blanket some of the parts that we are living in. Now, what is the connection between the Salton Sea and the negotiation of that water and the Mojave Desert? It's the CEO of Cadiz. The CEO of Cadiz negotiated that water, and I want to say we need to stop what we're doing to our deserts. There's already been enough damage in the Salton Sea. We can't afford to have any more damage happening in other parts of the desert, including the Mojave. As you can see, I'm very upset, and I hope that we stop making a profit over exploiting not only the land, but the people that are living there and the wildlife that are living there and the people that are getting sick right now. We need to stop and we need to prevent it, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Rolando Salmeron, and after that, Miriam Seeger.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the democracy that you show over here to hearing us. Definitely, I wish to have this person that talking in the neo designs, you know, the one that was talking from the corporation that was questioned, that they say that the U.S. Geologic Survey was wrong in their assessment and defining the study. You know, it took long time for the Geologic Survey to give those data, and he just come, you know, and say they are not irreliable. They are irreliable because he received some money from the big corporations. It's not that I am against the corporation. They are corporations that do very good job for the society through the history, but there are some of them that really want to get in the top of the people, like now with the water, you know, sell the thing, be owner of the thing, and for the rest of the life, you know, squeezing us. Don't give a chance to the new generation for their survival. You have to take into account these things. It's not something to guess. We just have the big drought that we have in San Joaquin Valley. The whole floor was sinking down. No one geology can tell you, or Caltech can tell you what's the result of the thing. We haven't faced those things in the history of humanity. You know, the drought that we have, and that the whole floor is sinking down. We don't know. We cannot rely in those old technologies, make channels anymore. You know, Israel is 28,000 square kilometers. It's almost the size of the county, LA County. It's small. And they, instead of the ocean, take land from that. They take land from the ocean. And they have immense technologies. But that is a development country. We have a Malaysia. We have a Libya, that they are able to make the raining come from the cloud, you know, make cloud. We have to use that technology. We have to give chance to those young people that you saw over there, your son, your daughters. Give a chance to develop new technologies, not to depend on something that is fragile, you know, or squeeze the ecosystem of that desert over there. We, as a human, we are responsible for the other species. It's not only us here, the other species, and you have in your hands have the chance to change the thing. Use new technologies. China, we invent the raining. Come over here back in the 44. Bison Schoffer is the one who invented the raining coming. And he's the first man who made the clouds come down. And now we abandon those technologies. China is used. China made raining. Whenever they want those clouds, they come. And whenever they're going, they make come whenever they want. Why we have to let us so behind in technology when we have those technologies, when we have those kids over there ready to go forward with the new, your sons and daughters too, new edges of development? Why we have to go in the past with something irreliable? We have earthquake, we have this San Andreas Fault over there. If we have those things, you know, we don't know.
Could you wrap up your remarks, please, sir? Your time is up.
So I urge you to oppose and go with the new technology that they are already out of the door over there. Use those things. Don't let your kids, your son, go down. We don't have to take the chance of Malaysia, you know, the advice from Malaysia or Libya. No, we are more advanced. We put the man in the moon.
Sir, your time is up.
Many things over here.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Miriam Seeger, and after that, Jordan Brandman.
Hi, I'm Miriam Seeger, rate-paying Angelino. I strongly support AB 1000, but if I didn't, my comments might look something like this. Climate change is a hoax, and replenishment rates have nothing to do with drought or warming. Wildlife nuts, ranchers, tribal members, and hunters should just quit whining and get used to the idea of dried up springs and seep. Wildlife is a useless asset under the public trust, and my lawn is more important. Emissions are not environmentally harmful. Therefore, deep-rooted, carbon-sequestering desert plants that are hundreds of years old are totally expendable. What's up with the planet needing lungs when I already have my own? No one's ever heard of Dianne Feinstein, Sally Jewell, the National Park Service, and the USGS, so they all must be full of baloney. Instead of trusting the explicit assessments of these esteemed public servants, we should instead embrace the science for hire generated by the Cadiz PR machine. Their homepage has beautiful pictures and the word conservation written right on it. If chromium-6 was so bad for you, you'd be able to taste it, duh. Just because the Cadiz project was shortlisted by the Trump administration and mentioned as a conflict of interest in the Senate hearings, confirmation hearings, many people smell a rat. I just put it all in the no way machine and say fake news. Cadiz is like a horrible zombie that's been killed over and over but just won't die. Please keep us from harm and preserve California's natural resources by recommending AB 1000. And in closing, I just want to say I own a business in the Mojave Desert, and as for the job situation, what we see happen when there are big infrastructure projects is that there's a big influx of specialized workers. Some money comes into the economy due to a few purchases at stores and things. Local people aren't hired, and we're left with an arid, desolate landscape once they're gone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Jordan Brandman, and after that, Bill Christian.
Good afternoon, Board. Jordan Brandman, representing the Engineering Contractors Association. Just a few points to make. There are over 50 plus opponents to AB 1000 from many organizations, several of which are opposing AB 1000, but are not necessarily supporting the Cadiz project. They are opposing AB 1000 because it completely circumvents CEQA and could potentially negatively impact all water infrastructure projects before any agency in the state of California going forward if signed into law. 2, USGS letter said they have not reviewed any recharge since 2000. That's why there's no change to the data. There's been no new study, so there is no new data. The Cadiz scientists are the only ones who have collected the extensive data to prove the recharge rate accurate. And this is the data that was presented and approved by the County of San Bernardino for their groundwater management plan. Another point, the Chrome 6 levels are far below the state standard, and Cadiz has assured Met, if required, they will treat it before any water is put into the pipeline. Lastly, if you would like to ask any questions of our attorney, she is more than happy to come up and answer questions of the board and staff as part of your presentation. Thank you so much.
One point before you go, when you say that there's been all this new data, when Senator Feinstein went back to USGS this month, despite all of the new data that you're talking about, their response to her was, quote, "We are not aware of new information that would change our recharge estimates." They had taken into consideration all of this data and were not convinced by it, just for the record.
We would contend that that's not the interpretation that we get from USGS. Our interpretation is they decided not to conduct a new study.
They've seen these other studies.
They have seen it. They have not evaluated them to our knowledge.
We
Who
read
evaluated them was the County of San Bernardino.
We read it differently.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, the next speaker is Bill Christian.
Hi, I'll be brief. I know you all want to go to lunch, as do I. I'm Bill Christian. I've worked for the Nature Conservancy for 14 years in the Mojave Desert. I've focused on groundwater. I just want to raise 2 points. One, I think that what we've heard today, it's imperative that the recharge estimates actually be examined in detail by an independent agency. The recharge estimates are widely disparate, and they really are have not been resolved, despite what the proponents of Cadiz have said. Secondly, we have sponsored with BLM a spring survey in the Mojave Desert. One of the springs we looked at was called Bonanza Spring, which is the largest perennial spring in the southeast Mojave Desert. The Cadiz project looked at Bonanza Spring and disregarded the potential effects of the project on the spring. We have recent evidence that demonstrates that the spring is quite clearly a hook to the regional aquifer. Cadiz's own estimates of the effect of their pumping would intersect the level of this spring within a certain period of time and would eventually, we believe, probably desiccate the spring. It is a really, really important desert spring, and that too needs to be examined as part of this process. So I think that even though Cadiz has gone through CEQA and CEQA Challenge, this new information, this new data, and the disparate estimates of recharge really do need to be examined by an independent agency. Thank you. We support AB 1000. Thank you.
What was your name again?
Bill Christian.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I do have one more speaker card, but the person did not put a name on there. They just said that they were affiliated with Assemblymember Friedman representative.
Oh, excuse me, I do have a letter.
Yep, we'll be happy to take it.
Okay. No. Okay, then our last speaker is Seamus Garrity.
Hi, Seamus Garrity. I'm a field representative for Assemblymember Friedman. Just wanted to iterate, AB 1000 is not about stopping the Cadiz water project. It is about being intelligent and measured when it comes to our most precious local resources. And while CEQA is important, AB 1000 does not circumvent CEQA. It just adds another layer for further scientific scrutiny. We as Californians we need to strive to ensure that we do not abuse our national monuments or our national reserves. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay.
We do have one more speaker.
Okay.
He's filling out a card right now.
Who is the one more speaker?
I think his name is Jason Martinez. He thought he had turned in a card, and either it got slipped in or missed, so he's filling out a card.
Where is he?
Now for me. He's right there filling out the card, behind the post.
Oh. Why don't you come up and speak, and you can fill out the card after you've spoken.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Martinez. I'm part of the Sierra Club, a student at San Bernardino. Well, she graduated San Bernardino Valley College, hopefully going up to Humboldt University over there, and I'm also part of the Inland Empire. You know, I kind of want to talk about, how a lot of the youth have been coming out here. They're tired right now. Not tired of all the constant driving to get to this meeting, but tired of the amount of work we've been putting in to fight for our lands, for our communities, day in and day out, putting all this work for years, sometimes even traveling out of state and out of country to put in some of this work. And it's tiring. So when a lot of these youth come up to the stand and talk about the amount of healing and self-care that the places like the Mojave monuments bring them to them, they're not just talking as poor folk in the community. They're not just talking about people of color dealing with the struggle. They're not just talking from a standpoint of LGBTQ who are dealing with harassment. They're not just talking about black and brown youth who are dealing with oppression day in and day out. but they're talking also about the amount of work we put in and day out to protect our communities. Some of us are dealing with asthma, while some of us are dealing with racism, and some of us are just dealing with a lot of environmental issues in our community. And yes, we hear a lot about jobs and how these jobs are going to help us out with this project, but these are temporary jobs, and the solution isn't jobs over environment, because environment and job can be put together to figure out, figure out a better solution. So please take in consideration our voices when we come up here, because when we talk about self-care and healing, it's just not our oppressions, it's everything, including this fight. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Okay, that was the last speaker card for this item. That closes the public hearing.
Okay, do we have a presentation?
Yes, we do. I guess good afternoon at this point. I want to bring Dave Pettyjohn up to provide a little follow-up. As a reminder, I just thought we'd kind of highlight a little bit how we got to this point, because I want to make sure everybody understands the purpose of today's briefing for the board. So 2 meetings ago, President Levine asked us about the Cadiz project. He'd heard different stories and rumblings about the project and how it might impact us, knowing that we had talked to the Cadiz folks in the past and that they had talked to Met, and that obviously things that happen at Met affect Los Angeles. And so 2 meetings ago, he asked for a briefing on the project so we could understand. At the last board meeting, the board was briefed by DeLon Kwan on the project, and then he asked us for a little follow-up, more detail on some items for this meeting. So I know the number of folks have expressed that they did not have a lot of notifications. So basically, this is a follow-up from the request made 2 weeks ago at the last board meeting. There was no particular notification sent out to any parties, and no one was particularly invited. It's meant to respond to the request from the board president. So I know someone referred to this as a hearing. Just to clarify, this is not a hearing on the project. This is a briefing to the board at their request. So I've asked Dave to follow up on a few particular things that I thought were important. Obviously, we've heard a lot about the discrepancies of the safe yield of the basin that's being proposed to be pumped from, and I thought Dave would highlight that, plus maybe explain a little why the safe yield argument is important and what it means. We're very familiar with safe yield issues both locally and in the Owens Valley. Also, there's a question about how the project would work financially in terms of this versus other water projects. One of the things that we know has happened a lot is projects have a price tag, and then down the road, when there's maybe consequences or environmental consequences, that price tag changes. We are certainly about as familiar with that as anybody dealing with the Los Angeles Aqueduct and we're getting probably close to $1.75 billion we spent mitigating the impacts of that. I will say that if you look at water projects in the state, I can't think of anyone that hasn't had some unforeseen consequences that change the price tag at the end. And so obviously, depending on how the project played out, the use of Met facilities and other things, we'd be very interested in looking at the whole range of impacts for that. Also, there was a question about conveyance. I thought that maybe Dave should go a little further into how the conveyance may work, because this is where a tie to Metropolitan Water District may come into play. And I know that they've been approached about this project at least twice in the past in terms of utilizing the Colorado River Aqueduct. And then lastly, I asked Dave to talk a little about this, about Assemblymember Laura Friedman's bill, AB 1000, and just kind of what it proposes to do, recognizing that if the city is to take a position on legislation that is done by the city council, and at that time, the city council would receive input from anybody here or any number of resources, including potentially the department. And so, but we don't vote on legislation or formally, support or oppose. That's a city position, and we are just an input into that. So, with that, I'd like to go ahead and turn over to Dave.
Thank you, Marty. Good morning, President Levine, commissioners. I'm David Pettyjohn. I'm the Director of Water Resources for the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and I'd like to respond to some of the things Marty brought up and some of the issues that the board was interested in last time. First, before I get started, I'd like to make it clear to our audience that the Cadiz project is not an LA water and power project, nor does LADWP have any plans to be a project participant. However, water from the Cadiz project watersheds may reach the city of Los Angeles if the Cadiz project connects to Metropolitan Water District's Colorado River Aqueduct. As you've heard today, the environmental concerns center on sustainability of the project. The main concern relates to the natural recharge into the groundwater basins that supply the project. More specifically, the differences in estimates of the natural recharge claimed by Cadiz versus what the U.S. Geological Survey and the National Park Service came up with. So the primary source of recharge to the aquifer system for the project consists of infiltration of rain and also of snowmelt runoff. The Cadiz project estimates a natural recharge rate of about 32,000 acre-feet each year. This estimate has been a major point of contention ever since the project's inception. In contrast to Cadiz's estimate, in 2000, the U.S. Geological Survey calculated a natural recharge rate that is significantly lower, in the range between 1,700 acre-feet a year and a maximum of 11,200 acre-feet a year. The USGS subsequently stated in a letter to Senator Feinstein dated January 15, 2002, that they believe the recharge rate to be less than 5,000 acre-feet a year, which is about a sixth of the estimate by Cadiz. Additionally, in a letter dated May 5, 2017, the USGS reaffirmed their findings, determining that they were not aware of new information that would change their prior recharge estimates. Also, the National Park Service has stated their opinion that the natural recharge in these basins ranges between 4,700 acre-feet a year and 7,800 acre-feet a year at best, significantly less than the Cadiz project's 32,000 acre-feet a year estimate. The Cadiz project's initial pumping plan calls for groundwater extractions totaling 50,000 acre-feet each year over a 50-year period of the project. Now, with groundwater extractions, if you pump more than what is naturally recharged, you're going to be overdrafting the basin. And overdrafting can result in numerous environmental impacts, including a decline in water tables, which can potentially lead to other issues, including land subsidence, reductions in stream flows, and air quality issues such as dust control. In regards to financial viability and the potential value of the project's supply versus the potential environmental impacts, if there are impacts due to pumping in excess of the natural recharge and they show up in the monitoring and mitigation program, then the project's supply projections will be significantly reduced. However, if you compare the Cadiz project's projected yield to the cost of met water, over a 50-year life of the project, there could be as much as $2.75 billion of water produced from the project. However, if there's damage to the environment, the monetary cost would be difficult to quantify. But based on our experience that Marty mentioned, with dust control alone, it could be very significant. In addition to the sustainability issues associated with the project, Marty mentioned the issue of conveyance. So if the project's water into the Met system, where we purchase all of our supplemental water, were to happen, the water from the Cadiz project will eventually make its way to the city. Now, Cadiz does not currently have an agreement to connect or to use the Metropolitan Water District's Colorado River Aqueduct. Available capacity in the aqueduct in the future may be limited during dry and normal years due to the fact that Metropolitan's plans to move a full Colorado River Aqueduct in those years. So the availability of capacity to move Cadiz project water in the Colorado River Aqueduct may be limited to relatively wet years like the current wet year, when Met is backing off on its Colorado River Aqueduct supply and moving mostly State Water Project water into its system. That would severely limit the number of years that they would have access to the Colorado River Aqueduct to move their water. The Cadiz project came before the Met Board back in October of 2002 in regards to approval to construct a connection to Met's aqueduct. Specifically, the BLM offered MWD a right-of-way grant to construct, operate, and maintain a conveyance pipeline and associated improvements for the Cadiz project. At that time, the Met Board voted to reject the terms and conditions of the right-of-way grant and not to proceed with the project. In the end, there were just not enough votes on the Met Board to support the Cadiz project due to concerns relating to the native safe yield, significant costs, and financial risk to Metropolitan. Should this item come up again at the MWD board, I don't see any reasons why our LA MWD delegation would take a different position. Finally, we're aware of a proposed bill, AB 1000, that's been discussed today by Assemblymember Laura Friedman. Our analysis of this bill is that it would require the State Lands Commission, in consultation with Fish and Wildlife, to make a finding of no adverse impact to natural resources before approving any water transfer from a groundwater basin that underlies desert lands in the vicinity of the Mojave National Preserve. So this concludes my oral presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I have some questions and comments, but before I make them, I'd like to know if any of my fellow commissioners have questions or comments they'd like to make. Commissioner Barad.
Yeah, I do. I understand that this board doesn't take a position on legislation, but I wonder what input we could have in view of the fact that we've heard so many speakers, and is there some position that we could take in concept?
Yes, and I'll get to that when
Okay.
if we could defer that until my
Fine.
remarks. I've got an idea or two about how we could proceed along those lines.
Thank you.
I feel compelled to offer my thoughts. Having served on the INYO Los Angeles Standing Committee for over 7 years, we need to learn from our prior mistakes and not abuse our land, ecosystem, and aquifer balances. As such, I personally oppose the Cadiz project. As inhabitants of Earth, it is imperative that we continue exploring and supporting intelligent, responsible, sustainable, equitable water supplies, infrastructure investments, and the Cadiz project does not fall in this realm. We cannot place private profits above the well-being of public lands.
Commissioner Vasquez.
All right, so as we see lack of federal leadership on these type of issues and protecting public lands and protecting monuments, I strongly believe that we definitely need to support AB 1000 and not continue dealing with the water supplies of an aquifer that really needs it, and with like a region that really depends on this water to thrive, and not just for, you know, the wildlife and the desert life, but also for folks that live out there and that depend on this type of open space for recreation, for spiritual practices, for to learn more about what nature can bring them. And also in a place, in a year where we had so much water, we have been blessed with the amount of water that we're getting, and where we don't need this project right now at DWP. I encourage the rest of the board members and also the leadership here at DWP to also support SB 1000 and oppose any dealings with Cadiz, which at the core of my values really feels like it's a wrongdoing. We can't let corporations continue exploiting our national resources. We have to be a lot more responsible and utilize the power that we have to really protect these places and these water resources for the people that really needs it. Thank you.
I would just say this, that since November, this board has been unified in standing up for and taking action regardless what's happening in the rest of the country. And I think that this is another further example of making sure that the mayor's directive and the directives that we've been operating under policy-wise to reduce reliance on imported water be upheld, so long as we're not conflicting with any other policies that we have. I have a great deal of trust in management and staff, DWP, especially Mr. Pettyjohn, with whom I've dealt probably the most since I've gotten here, and high degree of trust in your professional judgment to objectively analyze the options and then provide us with recommendations on going forward. So I also thank our president for his leadership on this as well, and bringing it to our attention as something that needs to be focused on and dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave, thank you very much for detailing a little more on the aspects you did of the Cadiz project. I want to pick up briefly, I have a few things I want to say. I want to pick up briefly in comments that Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Funderburg made. Commissioner Vasquez very politely referred to the lack of federal leadership on environmental protection. I would say that's putting it mildly. I think that in a situation such as we're in now, where we have an administration in Washington which is as anti-environmental as is imaginable, I applaud our governor, I applaud our mayor, I applaud our state and local leaders, I applaud Assemblywoman Friedman and Senator Feinstein for being such extraordinary leaders in terms of resisting the environmental degradation that is at the core of the Trump administration, along with a number of other outrages that I will resist from detailing. I think in circumstances such as these, it's extraordinarily important for state and local leaders to do all that they can to preserve and protect our environment. I noted at the last meeting when we were talking about Cadiz that I have a personal interest in this, and I'll be very candid about it. I admire what Senator Feinstein has done with regard to the California Desert Protection Act. When I was in the House and just before Senator Feinstein was in the Senate, I was the House author of this same bill, the California Desert Protection Act. It was carried in the Senate at that time by Senator Alan Cranston, who lateraled the ball to Senator Feinstein when he left the Senate and she joined the Senate. I spent years working to achieve House of Representatives support for the California Desert Protection Act and succeeded in getting it through the House toward the end of my tenure in Congress. We were not able to get it through the Senate until we had 2 Democratic senators. But I do have a deep and long history and interest in this issue as a result of my deep engagement in that legislation. I have, and I would ask that this be included in the record, I have a letter from Senator Feinstein from several days ago, dated July 27th. I'd encourage my fellow commissioners to read it all if you haven't already. I'm just going to take the liberty of reading a small part of it. It begins by saying, "Dear Mr. Levine, I write to ask the LADWP to support the California Desert Protection Act, the California Desert Protection Act, AB 1000, and actively oppose Cadiz's proposed water extraction project that would irrevocably harm the Mojave Desert." She goes on the second page to say the Cadiz water extraction project proposal illustrates why state protections of desert groundwater basins are so critical at this time. Cadiz Inc., a private company that owns 45,000 acres in the Mojave Desert, wants to exploit the Fenner, Cadiz, and Bristol Valley aquifers underneath the land it owns and the adjacent desert. It proposes to extract these limited water resources to sell to Southern California at withdrawal rates that would decimate the desert. She then goes into the different discharge numbers that we've already discussed in some detail, raising serious questions about those that Cadiz asserts, and referencing the U.S. Geological Survey's dramatic difference, as well as the National Park Service dramatic difference from Cadiz's numbers, and then concludes this part by saying Cadiz chose to disregard these objective scientific analyses from the United States Geological Survey and the National Park Service about how devastating its proposal would be to the desert and its wildlife, as well as local communities and industries. Instead, Cadiz continues to assert that the recharge rate for the aquifer is 32,000 acre-feet per year and proposes to export an average of 50,000 acre-feet of groundwater from the region each over a 50-year period. Even its most recent federal proposal does not account for the objective assessments by the neutral federal agencies. Withdrawing water from these fragile aquifers at Cadiz's proposed rate would decimate the desert, including the neighboring Mojave Trails National Monument. This aquifer serves to refresh the desert and provide food for the desert tortoise and the bighorn sheep, as well as the magnificent plants and flowers found only in the desert. A healthy and vibrant desert also supports communities of tribes, municipalities, ranchers, salt miners, recreationists, tourists, and local industries. Supporting projects like Cadiz is not supporting smart water infrastructure or sound science. It's putting private profit over public lands that belong to all Californians. Project proponents argue job creation and their infrastructure projects should outweigh any other concerns. However, the national parks that the Cadiz project would irreparably damage generated over $155 million of visitor spending alone in 2016 and supports more than 2,100 local permanent jobs. We shouldn't be gambling with projects like Cadiz that pose such a dire threat to the environment. Instead, we should be exploring a range of options, including cheaper, easier, and environmentally friendly alternatives like water recycling. And she says a few other things as well, but I think her point is extremely clear. I have worked extremely closely with Senator Feinstein over the years. There's no public servant I trust more than her. She is not an ideologue. She is a straight shooter. She is a pragmatist. You do not hear her coming down with such passion every day. Her passion is backed up by hard fact and informs me as to why I think we need to do all that we can to resist the project and support Assemblywoman Friedman's AB 1000. I understand that the Cadiz project is not a DWP project, but it is not consistent with the sustainable city plan that Mayor Garcetti has launched or the environmental initiatives that Jerry Brown has launched. And quite frankly, as long as I am on this board, we don't intend to get involved with this project. However, it also strikes me that if any of the project's water goes into Met's aqueduct, then we at DWP are already somewhat involved, which is why I don't think we can stand idly by and do nothing when there are so many unanswered questions and so much at stake. Coupled with that, I received the letter that I just noted from Senator Feinstein detailing her concerns and also encouraging DWP's support for Assemblywoman Friedman's AB 1000, and as I already indicated, I'd like to include that letter in the record. So unless any of my fellow board members object, here's what I would like to do. I'd like to do two things. First, given that there is a process outlined for the city to take a position on legislation, I would like to instruct the general manager to convey this board's sentiments on this matter to the mayor and city council and to encourage them to take a formal position in support of AB 1000. Secondly, I would also like to instruct the general manager to work with the mayor's office and our MWD directors who do not work under the auspices of DWP, but are appointed by the mayor to represent the city on water issues on the Met board. I would like to instruct the GM to ask our Met directors to continue to oppose this project, not only because of the risk of foreseeable damage to the desert habitat, but also because Met has wisely invested LA ratepayer money into securing adequate water supplies on the Colorado River Aqueduct, and a for-profit project should not put those investments at risk. If there's no objection, I'd like to ask the general manager to make those communications.
Is that a motion?
That is just a request from the board president it is an instruction from the board president to the general manager.
So it's not a formal motion, it's a request that would require unanimous approval. That would require no objection.
Mr. Levine?
Yes.
No objection.
And what's the legal area? I guess I'm looking for advice from you. Is it possible for us to pass a resolution instead of just a recommendation?
Well, at this moment, it isn't. We'd have to notice that, and there's no reason we couldn't notice that at a subsequent meeting. But for this meeting, because there has been no notice on a resolution, it would simply be the recommendation.
But if you would like to instruct us to bring back a resolution, we could do that. But that would have to be the next meeting.
I would like that.
That would be fine. But for today, is there any objection to my two proposed instructions?
No objection.
Hearing none, those will be my requests, and then I'll ask staff to bring back a resolution in 2 weeks opposing the Cadiz project and encouraging the City Council to support AB 1000.
So the first will be a communication from the general manager, and then following that will be a resolution brought for communication from the board.
Well, the first would be the communication on 2 points from the general manager. One, basically incorporating a first part of the resolution supporting AB 1000, and the other instructing our, requesting that our MWD directors continue to oppose the Cadiz project.
And following that, a formal resolution by the board.
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to just flag that it's important for us to see the resolution or vote the resolution at the next meeting simply because this policy is moving very fast. And if we don't, we might not be included on the record.
We'll have it prepared.
Good. Okay. That concludes our discussion of this matter at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Let me retrieve my agenda, which is buried here. Okay, here it is. Let's see how much of this we can get done. See if what we can do before we get to the closed session. I think we can at least do the management reports, hopefully, and the monthly reports, and then we'll see what gets stricken from the proposed consent calendar. So we go to Management Report 7A, Leak Detection Status Update.
So this is a follow-up on the status of our leak detection efforts. We had a presentation earlier in the year, and we wanted to come back to you and let you know what staff is doing in this regard. So we've got Alvin Bautista as the manager in our water distribution division, and he'll begin and introduce his other panelists.
Good afternoon, commissioners. As Rich said, this is a follow-up to Commissioner Barra's request on our leak detection efforts.
Yeah.
We've been very busy with looking at various leak detection technologies, and I have with me today staff from water distribution, our lead engineers overseeing our pilot projects, Jesus Gonzalez from water distribution, Alyssa Reynolds from water engineering and technical services asset management, and have a fairly high-level overview, and we'll have questions that we can answer for you after the presentation. Turn it over to Jesus.
Sure. So before we delve into the details, what we wanted to do first was provide you some context as to why we're evaluating leak detection as a potential tool for the water system. Now, I don't need to describe to this board some of the challenges that the water system faces with regard to its aging infrastructure, nor some of the notable water leaks that we've had throughout our system within the past few years. However, what we wanted to do was, in response to Commissioner Barra's request for a status update of our leak detection program, is to give you a sense of what we're doing with regard to technology. What is it as we work towards rebuilding our water system infrastructure and the significant investments that we'll be making over the course of the next 10 years on rebuilding our system? What technologies are available to us that could help us operate our system in a way that's more efficient, that's smarter, and that allows us to provide better service to our customers? So, of course, our focus of our water infrastructure plan is to replace old pipe. Another major component of the plan is, again, to look at technologies. So what we've done as a division is to take a step back, look at the industry best practices, look at the advancements that have been made in our industry, and to identify technologies that we think could, again, allow us a better way of operating our system, providing better service to our customers. So that's where leak detection comes in. Of course, naturally we're looking at various technologies, but what's exciting about leak detection is its potential benefits. So the claim with leak detection is that it has an ability to find leaks before they surface, before they become larger problems. What's exciting to us is that if in fact we're able to detect leaks before they become large problems, they can provide better service to our customers by putting us in a position where we can perform planned repairs rather than emergency repairs. Of course, emergency repairs are very costly, very disruptive. We've talked to you in length about the damages and the impacts it has to our customers with performing emergency repairs. We certainly don't want to be in that position. Another great benefit about leak detection is that if we can find leaks when they're small, then of course we have less water loss associated with the repair or the break, adding to our water conservation efforts. The last major point I want to add is that with the adoption of these type of technologies, it moves us in a direction where we are implementing a smart water management system, which is also a major component of the plan. So that, in short, is a brief summary of why we're so excited about the technology. Elisa Reynolds is going to talk more about how the technology works and specifically about the status of our leak detection pilot program.
So like Jesus mentioned, we definitely see the need in optimizing technology to better manage our infrastructure, including the development of a leak detection program. But the first step in developing the program is to make sure that we take advantage of the knowledge and experience of the people who've done it before us. So we consulted with partner utilities and organizations to understand how they've used leak detection so far, to hear about the successes and challenges, and then just to get overall feedback on the program. And one of the main things we learned from this process is that there is no one-size-fits-all for leak detection. As you know, DWP's water system is one of the largest and most complex in the nation. Our large range of pipe sizes, pressures, materials, and our vast metro area mean that we need to consider our specific challenges for our water system when evaluating all the different leak detection technologies. So in our effort to identify what works best for us, we started a pilot program to evaluate these various leak detection methods and technology. While we had a number of objectives for the pilot project, we had three primary considerations. Most importantly, like Jesus had said, we wanted to verify the claim that we can indeed find leaks before they surface, so we can optimize our cruise time. Second, we want to make sure that the equipment is intuitive and easy to operate, especially if we're going to be rolling this out throughout the entire system. And then lastly, when reaching out to our industry experts, they really truly emphasize that we need to plan for how to effectively deploy the program throughout our system. So recognizing that we operate such a large and complex system, we need to be mindful of the maintenance and operation needs and the requirements and how those impact our customers. So the following slide is an example of a typical pilot for one of the existing leak detection devices. The overall question that we're trying to answer in piloting these technologies is how will the water system maximize the use of these devices and integrate them into our current workflows. So some of the considerations that we asked ourselves, how's the equipment installed? How often does the device need to collect and transmit data? How does it actually alert us of those leaks? And what steps do we take once we find those leaks? How accurately did it detect a leak? And then how would we deploy this throughout our system? And what additional tools do we need in order to implement this program here? So again, the purpose of the pilot program is to evaluate the multiple leak detection technologies and the methods to implement them, and to come up with a recommendation of what combination of tools and methods would work best in our water system.
And just to be clear, this is an ongoing pilot project, so we don't have any final recommendations yet. However, we did want to provide a status update, and what we wanted to notify the board of is so far, our initial findings have been very promising. The devices have been very accurate. They have been able to detect leaks. We have deployed them to our crews. The feedback we receive from our crews has been very positive. They've said that they're easy to operate. They're helpful out in the field, especially up on the hillsides in difficult conditions. So there's been a lot of positive feedback. The one downside that we've noticed that we're still trying to work with different vendors and the industry is the devices aren't able to distinguish between a large and a small leak. So we can deploy the devices and we can get information and take action, but when they notify us of leaks in our system, they're not able to tell us which ones are large and which ones are small. So we're not able to prioritize our efforts. In some cases, you can have a leak on a small meter, which is just a drop of water, or you can have a larger break. Again, the technology is not able to prioritize. So we're talking to vendors, we're talking to industry experts to see if there's any advancements soon that would be able to help us deal with that concern.
So on that drawback, excuse me, Jesus, what we are looking at tandem type innovation technology like pressure monitors. So when we see a huge loss of pressure in the system, we could tell that that's a pretty big leak. So we are looking at other technologies that could go in tandem with the leak detection that we're looking at.
Interject right here? I noticed that your slide and my PowerPoints, there's difference of words. There it says inability to prioritize leaks, and mine says unable to prioritize leaks.
So, Commissioner, we did make some changes to the slides.
Yes, but I've been an editor for most of my life, so sorry.
Yes.
I notice things like that. Inability is one thing, and unable. I mean, are you unable, or is it difficult and you're working on it?
Prioritizing leaks would require a lot of operator judgment.
Yes.
So it would be accurate to say it's unable to prioritize the leaks for us. That would have to come from us.
The technology itself is unable.
That's correct. Correct.
Yeah, right, right. All right, but what about, can you prioritize just based on the age of the equipment?
Absolutely, yes. And we get 3 to 4 leaks in the system per day, as you probably already know, and they vary. We always look at the risk and the inconvenience that it has to our customers.
But there must be some kind of correlation between the age of equipment and a leak or it bursts.
Not necessarily. I mean, there's other considerations. It's not just age. And so you can't just use age as the primary indicator. So we can prioritize leaks based on our judgment, the specific area where the pipe is, the age of the pipe. There's multiple considerations. But this slide specifically is talking about the technology, the acoustic leak sensors
Right.
that are used, and their inability to.
Because I think, as I remember, maybe Marty remembers this, there was a pipe burst like just a few weeks ago in the city, and I thought that I had remembered they said it was from 1922.
It was the 95-year-old pipe in South LA. I believe.
South LA.
Manchester, yes.
Yeah, in Manchester.
So, and 95
Yeah,
years.
and so, just to kind of clarify what they're saying is that, age is one of the criteria we use.
Yeah.
It's not the only one. There's a lot of things going around nationally. People say, well, replace a pipe at 100 years. Well, we have a lot of 100-year-old pipe that's absolutely in perfect condition. And so, it's really a series of criteria. Age, a lot of it has to do with how it was backfilled. Old pipe, you put the dirt back in. If the dirt was what we call hot soil, it corroded the pipe.
Yeah.
Now, pipes are installed differently. So there's a lot of different considerations. We look at the leak history, all sorts of other, issues that may tell us how long the pipe will last. The hard part is that you still see breaks, but you have to look at the track record over time. There's less breaks, so it's hard to measure success. It's kind of the lack of failure, and so we know that we're on the right track and the right trend line for making good decisions because the overall number of leaks are going down. This tool is, try to make that toolbox better by having more, high-tech leak detection systems and things like that. But I think what they're saying is that there's still a certain amount of judgment we have to put in there. There's no silver bullet that just tells us exactly what to do. It's always going to be a weighing of factors and trying to, allocate our resources the best place possible. So age is definitely a component, but certainly not the only component. And we even have things by what brand of pipe it was back in the 1930s that some last
So
longer
is
than
there-
others. So.
I think I asked this before, but is there an inventory based on the age where you could kind of maybe do, the age and then
We have an
the
inventory
material
based
and-
on all those criteria: age, soil characteristic, leak history,
Yeah.
all that, and that's what they use to decide what pipe to replace next.
So that is how you prioritize what, right? So,
So, Commissioner, just so you know, I think we presented before, so, we've got a plan to replace like 3 million feet over the next
Yeah.
10 years.
but when
And-
this one that for a couple weeks ago in South LA, could you have maybe predicted that or seen based on what you have in your inventory?
Yeah, so we are conducting methods to predict that, and that's why we have our ABC and D-rated pipe. So the D-rated pipe is the worst rated pipe, and that's based on a mathematical model, if you will, of us trying to predict where those next breaks are going to be, and it's all those criteria that we've mentioned today. And we're looking at actually others, maybe some more sophisticated mathematical modeling to try to predict that. This is just another layer of help that can prioritize those leaks. So one of the long range possibilities is you can apply this technology on a mass scale throughout our distribution system, and you could see a more predominance of leaks that are happening, maybe that haven't surfaced yet, but that would further help us refine where we put our efforts of replacing pipe.
Yeah, in response to your question on that particular main, Alvin, correct me if I'm wrong, there was no leak history on that main. in that area, right?
There was one 10 years ago,
10 years ago,
right
one.
around the same area. So that, which goes towards not just age, but sometimes it's the make of the pipe, Commissioner. It broke on the bill. So sometimes those are things that we need to consider in prioritizing. So prioritization of what pipes we replace takes into account a lot of considerations. And right now, with that particular segment, we're seriously considering replacing that particular segment.
Yeah. And by contrast, we've had pipes down in the Venice area where they're influenced by seawater, and we've had pipes that maybe only lasted 30 years. Matter of fact, we replaced one with plastic pipe recently.
Yes.
Because it's just clear that the metal pipe's not going to last in that environment. So there's a real short-lived pipe. So we looked for different technology entirely for that solution.
And I think that the main that broke on Sunset Boulevard near UCLA, that was old.
It was, reasonably
On
old, I think.
Sunset?
Yeah.
The one.
I will
on
tell you,
Sunset.
interestingly, just so on that main, we actually had one of the prominent leak detection technologies survey that main the year prior.
Yeah.
And find no problem.
Yes.
Probably went
And
to
so,
SC.
You're
probably right.
And where the problem was on that line is something that would have been difficult to see because of the way the welding seams
Correct.
came together. And so I think, so what it shows you is that there's not a perfect solution out there. We're trying to use as many technologies and techniques and as much information as possible to make our best assessment. But it's certainly, it's not like you can buy one technology, put it in, and answer all your questions.
Can I have a quick question? Thank you so much for your presentation. I had to attend the restroom, so I missed a big portion of it, but I have been following through the presentation that was sent to us. So we have this pilot project, $3.6 billion in 10 years to just kind of detect different leaks. And my question is, how are we ensuring that as technology develops and evolves, and as we have this 10-year plan, we remain updated, current, consistent? I think this is a great way to kind of plan ahead. And I think I really applaud your work on trying to assess what the issues are before they happen, so we maybe per se have less leaks and people just can get better service. But I'm just curious about, is it in the 10-year plan? Are there any specifications on, like, are we going to have every year a kind of like a check and balance where we see, is there any new emerging technology so we can take advantage maybe at a better, more cost efficient, that can provide a better service?
That's a great question. As far as the infrastructure goes, in water distribution, we do have a technology group that we're forming up. We have about 17 pilot projects going on right now, Commissioner, that we're in the early stages of looking at, and we've actually formalized the process to go through the evaluation, research, pilot testing, and then our staff makes recommendation to senior management, which we then bring up to Mr. Harisick and our senior level managers for further consideration. The thing is, we're a large company, and there's a lot of companies coming to us to try their innovative technology out. So we have to be very prudent in what we select as far as new technology goes. And I think right now, we understand the value of saving the water and minimizing impact to customers. Certainly, leak detection will do that for us in this end. We also have challenges with communicating our progress with leaks. We're looking at that. We have old as-builts that we need to get electronically done, and we're looking at technology to do that as well, so that we have an accurate representation of the system that we lay in place. And that $3.8 billion is infrastructure that we plan to do over the next 10 years, and we need to have accurate information on that. Right now, it's all manually done. So we are looking at technology. And we want to be prudent about how we go about it, because we do not have quite the resources to explore all the different avenues we could go. We want to just follow what's laid out in our strategic plan with infrastructure development and support that.
I did want to mention that approach is used across the department. We do get approached by hundreds of vendors a week with the latest technology that will do everything that you can imagine. But staff is very prudent about going through those, looking at those that look like they're real, they're applicable, and then we're lucky in that the size of our system is so large we can pilot it. And it's very worthwhile to spend a year or two piloting it in a smaller area and then say, this is fantastic, let's put it across the whole system. Or say, you know what, this is good, but it's not ready for prime time, let's continue it. Or in some cases say, this just isn't worthwhile. But we actually have such wonderful staff that they do look, they do prioritize, they do test, they do pilot. And then, like I think what's so good here is, hey, this looks like something that's promising, but it's not quite ready yet. And our piloting then helps the vendor, with our feedback, improve their product, increase the technology, and make it more ready for kind of expanding across our system.
We've also been able to leverage experience from sister agencies like East Bay Mud, Las Vegas Valley Water District. I think Alyssa mentioned that on her part of the presentation. We think that's very valuable to learn from other people's experiences, and that's one way we can leverage others and learn on our own without having to actually invest the resources because they're very similar to what we do. They're very similar in structure to our distribution system.
And I just want to reemphasize that what I'm looking for here is a system that DWP can include in the planning process where in an X amount of years, we can look back at what the current technology is and be current with that technology. So we're not married to some technology in 2017, and we in 2020, 17 years from now, is still married to that. Divorce does happen. So I hope that we can build in a mechanism on the pilot program where we can look back maybe at 5 years. I don't know what will be the prudent time. I let the experts, which is you, determine when will be a good time to go back and see, oh, all these other agencies, sister agencies are doing this other pilot stuff and it's looking promising and we're still in point A or so that we have a mechanism where we can look back and really be current with technology. So that's what I'm looking for here. And I think you guys are doing a really good job and this pilot seems promising. I just want to make sure that we continue current with technology as technology is constantly changing.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to add something else. It says for the week of July 17th to 23rd, there were 93 potential leaks investigated. So what was the criteria that you used to investigate those leaks? And then it says that the leaks found were 19. So what were you doing,
Let me turn that over to Jesus. He's a little more familiar with that.
So typically what happens is we'll get calls from the public notifying us of potential leaks throughout our system. In many cases, what happens is we'll collect that call, we'll document it, we'll deploy a crew out there, and they'll verify if it was an actual leak or not. So we document which ones were proven to be leaks and which ones were just false alarms or just either someone's private plumbing, irrigation system, or whether it was just rain or just water that was ponding. So we determined which ones were actual leaks and which ones were not, and that's the information that you're seeing in the table.
So the potential leaks investigated were some that we picked up and some that the public.
It's mostly just we'll get calls often from fire department. They'll field most of the calls. Marty and I and Dave get noticed all throughout the day. More often than not, it's a knocked off fire hydrant from an auto accident, or just from a resident's plumbing has gone bad, or just seepage from the hill. But
even people draining a pool or something like that. Yeah.
We collect and as Jesus said, we collect all that data, but we do send a crew out at all times. So we really are 24/7 operations. So we have crews
so
on
you're
both.
taking them seriously.
Oh yeah. So we're and there was a graphic there that showed Commissioner Levine at the Bill of Rights, and one of those promises we make to our customers is to investigate all leaks within a certain amount of time,
Right.
and if they are real, then we fix them in another set period of time.
Yeah, we're very fortunate that police and fire, as well as the public, act as our eyes and ears a lot of times. So, but when they call, we respond in it's good that they let us make a
Yes.
determination of what the problem is. So.
Yeah.
I do want to quickly add that, again, the technology isn't perfect, but we do find that it has the potential to really assist us in our water system. With that said, we've shared this information, our findings, with our senior management. They've made the decision to hire additional staff to help supplement our existing leak detection program and to help train that new staff on the modern leak detection equipment. So the idea is for us to keep piloting the technology, continue to gather results. What we want to do as a committee is finalize our pilot study by the end of this year, prepare a report, and come back to your board in January of next year with a final recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. It's helpful.
Thank you very much.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no objection, I would propose that we defer 7B, marketing and community outreach, to the next meeting.
Yes.
Hearing
very
none.
good. Yeah.
Monthly reports, Elysian Reservoir Community Parks Enhancement Fund, quarterly report.
So that's included as the report, and we'll take any questions. It's just the requirement that we have to report. To date, no funds have been spent
Any
by the
questions?
parks.
Hearing none. We've done rates and equity metrics report. Barbara, discussion with neighborhood council representatives on any neighborhood council resolution or community impact statement filed with the city clerk which relate to any agenda item listed or being considered on this agenda for the Water and Power Board.
No community impact statements or formal positions were filed by any neighborhood councils on the items on today's agenda.
A motion to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of July 18th, at which Levine, Noonan, Barad, and Vasquez were present. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
They're approved. Okay, other than the closed items, I want to defer item 26 till after the closed session because we have to discuss it in the closed session first. So we have items 12 through 25. Do commissioners wish to remove any of these items, Commissioner Barad?
Yes, number 12, please.
Any others?
14 and 23.
Commissioner, we need to remove 16 and 17 as you and Commissioner Barard are not able to vote on that one.
So Commissioner Barad and I need to leave the room for 16 and 17?
That is correct.
Okay.
I also had questions about item 14, so I'm glad that Commissioner Funderburk brought it up.
Okay.
And I just would like to make a comment to thank staff for deferring item 15 from the last board meeting. I feel resolved now and grateful that you provided the backup information and you revised the request that you're making. So there's no need to discuss it any further than just to thank you for clarifying what I requested.
So is there a motion to approve items 13, 15, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, and 25?
So moved.
Second. Those are approved. We'll defer items 16 and 17 because they'll just cause Jill and me to leave the room. And we will deal with items 12, 14, and 23. Item 12, Commissioner Barad.
Yes. I just had a question about this. It's the annual revisions, but I don't see any backup that says what it's being revised from. What is the previous criteria or ratio on this? So the revisions, what makes up the revisions?
So we use basically, and Sharon is back there, but we use federal statistics, and we use those poverty guidelines. We can come up with and bring you back what those were last year, but each year we adjust them to what the federal poverty guidelines are. and usually there's very little change, at most kind of a CPI kind of change
Yeah.
between years, based on household size as shown in page 2.
Yeah, I read through all of that, but I don't see what it was previous
Yeah,
to
and we can
this.
bring that back, and what it would be is the maximum annual gross income on the right might be, right on that column, might be
Mhm.
slightly lower from last year, and it's just been increased because of some sort of inflationary factor. So we'll bring you back if you'd like, or send you a memo showing
Just
what
send
it
me a
was
memo, yeah.
last year.
So then, is it, the discount then is more this time because the,
No, it's who is eligible.
oh, who is
for it.
eligible?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, if you could just send me some backup
Sure.
on that. Okay, thank you.
Do you want to hold off on the vote on it, or do you just want the material?
No, I think I can vote, I just want the material.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Those in favor?
Aye.
It's approved. Item 14, Commissioner Funderburk
Yeah,
and Commissioner Noonan together.
Now let him leave.
And we do have speaker cards on this item, too.
Oh, and we have 3 speaker cards. I'm sorry. Let's hear them first.
Okay. Unfortunately, on 2 of the speaker cards, they did not put a name of who it was that wanted to speak. One says they're from the LA Truck Center, or they're both from the LA Truck Center, but they didn't put a name on the cards.
That could be me.
Okay. One on, was there 2 people?
Yeah.
And then I had one from a Cheryl Lott for later, but there was 2 with no name.
Okay, let's have the 2 no-names
Okay, yeah.
come up and introduce themselves and say what they wish to say. And you can fill out the rest of the card after you speak.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for allowing us to express our concern about bid number 7700. We're a truck provider here based in Southern California and County of Los Angeles. We've been operating in California for 19 years. In Whittier, California, we have a second dealer in Carson, California, and employ 300 employees in Los Angeles County. We currently provide trucks to the Department of Water and Power, as well as the City of Los Angeles, to most all of their departments, and to most cities here based in Southern California, government entities, and counties. We've had Anthony Cicero is a team member of mine, he's an associate of mine. We work together on government contracts. We've been working with the Department of Water and Power for 9 years. We have a close relationship with the spec writers, and we've provided assistance in most all specifications that were generated in the last 9 years. We've provided technical information as well as made recommendations for specifications for very specific applications, and they've heeded most of our recommendations. Probably in the last 7.5 years, we've delivered a little over 500 trucks, and that includes 19 separate contracts. The contract we're concerned about now, the 7700, which is in question, which we were deemed non-responsive, we feel differently about it, and we'd like to express our concerns. We submitted our bid no differently than any of our previous bids. We've asked questions prior to the bid during the question and answer period if there was anything that we were non-compliant with, and had those changes made and the bids were amended where the changes were made. With our bid submittal, we've submitted detailed specifications, which on our specifications is about a 15 to 19 page document with detailed information on the truck chassis from the antenna to the wheel ends. We present the specifications for the various bodies we're bidding. On this specification, we bid 3 separate bodies, and we've provided their spec sheets or their cut sheets, which provide detailed information on the specifications, the dimensions, the weight capacities, and the functionalities. In addition to that, we complete the fleet requirements, which gives a general overview of the truck, the chassis model, or the truck chassis model, the engine types, the axle capacities, and major components. I'm sorry, I got lost here.
Can you,
And we
can you
try
wrap
to,
up your
we
remarks,
try to
please?
provide information for 100% of the content on the bid request. And we're usually providing anywhere from 95 to 99% of the requested content. Our concern is our bid was deemed non-responsive to a cut sheet that was provided for the body that we presented, or we offered. It was a Terex body. The Terex sheet didn't list a specific item on a battery charger, insulation strength code, as well as an inverter. They normally list their standard specifications. Typically, when there's any question about the content of a bid, we receive a call from the purchasing agent. If there's any discrepancies or any items that may be non-compliant, and we didn't hear anything from anybody in purchasing. We heard, we received a letter that we were non-compliant, and the ward was going to be deemed non-compliant or non-responsive.
Can you wrap up your remarks, please? Your time is up.
Okay, at that point, we filed a response, a protest, and we also requested the bid documents that were submitted by Altec, who was deemed to be awarded the contract. We then received the response from the department saying that we're non-responsive, there's no merit for our argument, and we filed an appeal. Still waiting for the response to come back for our request for the documents. We filed an appeal. We lost our appeal. We then received the documents that were submitted by Altec. Their bid didn't include any of the specifications. There was no way to really evaluate the bid without the specifications. They didn't provide accurate information in the fleet requirement report. They made 3 errors on an engine model, on a PTO, and some telematics that were included. So there's really 3 errors committed on just a short bit of information that they'd asked for. And so there's really no way of really evaluating their bid. We notified Chain Services that there was some discrepancies. We were concerned about the lack of information. We were told that we were pretty much out of time. We should have filed the appeal within the 5 days, which it took us 30 days to get the information from your department. So our concern is that we feel that Altec should be treated as we were. They deserve the same consideration we did. They were non-compliant. They provided absolutely no information to evaluate the content of the bid, nor did they provide correct information. Really, the only thing they provided was a drawing, which even had incorrect information on it. So we would ask that you give them the same consideration that was given to us in the consideration. I'll turn it over to Anthony.
Anthony Cicero with Los Angeles Truck Centers. Thank you for having us. Wrap up quick.
Can you speak up a little, please?
Yes, sir. So we're simply asking that the department, if the department grants a rebid on this project, which we feel is the right and just cause to do, that in the essence of time, we can turn this response back around in a very timely manner within weeks, provided you guys can get that information through the RSP and advertised as quickly as you can. Again, as Dave said, I mean, we have multiple bids in the past where we have been deemed non-responsive for incorrect information on our fleet requirements form. We've accepted those. We have deemed ourselves non-responsive by providing the letter to the department. We're only asking that we are treated on the same grounds as Altec, be treated on the same grounds as us. They had made incorrect document submittals on their bid requirements, and they should be treated as such. So, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Cheryl Lott.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Cheryl Lott of Buckalter. We represent Los Angeles Truck Center, a local Los Angeles business. I'm here this afternoon to briefly discuss basic notions of fairness in the process as is required by California law, and which requires, in this instance, to deem the Altec bid non-responsive. LA Truck Center's bid was the lowest bid here, and 2 years ago when this contract initially was put out for bid. But in this instance, LATC's bid was deemed non-responsive because LATC attached a brochure from the truck manufacturer that was illustrative, but not an exact model of the trucks to be purchased. LATC's bid, however, contained all required specifications and information. LATC had done this before in relation to other contracts, but was awarded those contracts. Yet here, LATC's bid was deemed non-responsive. Altec did something similar, attached a mock-up that was illustrative, but not exact to the trucks to be purchased. And Altec's bid omitted required specifications and simply entered NA, and more glaringly contradicted the IFB by submitting the wrong engine type. Yet Altec was still deemed responsive. LATC was not able to learn of these defects because they did not receive a response to the public records request until long after the protest period. But let's get back to the defects. Why does the engine type matter? Because the IFB specified engine, the ISLG near zero, is eligible for grant vouchers, which are worth approximately $180,000. While Altec specified regular ISLG engine is not eligible for these vouchers. Thus, this non-compliance could result in a possible increased $180,000 cost to the department. Yet Altec's bid was still deemed responsive. This cannot be, and we request that bidders be treated similarly, and that Altec's bid be deemed non-responsive, and that the procurement be rebid. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen?
So you guys have questions on 7700? Not you guys, the commissioners, sorry about that.
Mike, would you like to just present what we found in our discussion about then looking at the bids and the protest?
Well, the reason why they were deemed non-responsive is because the bid that they did submit specified that they were going to be supplying a dielectric certification of, was it C?
Yeah, category C.
Which we require B. Unfortunately, because they specified C and we awarded it, we would have to accept C, and if we would have to veer from that, we would have to pay extra. That would be a purchase order change. So because they specified that, that restricted us from being able to enforce the terms and conditions of the contract. So that was the major player and why they were deemed non-responsive.
I did have a couple questions. I've been to do a little work with engines and diesel exhausts in my regular life. What's the difference between this Cummins model ISLG and the Cummins ISLG near zero engine?
Well, actually, all three bidders bid the same engine. Some just specify the near zero, some don't put the near zero on there, but our terms and conditions require them to supply the near zero. So, in essence, they all were supplying the same engine.
So it's not correct that one supplied the.
They're all. Altec will be supplying the near zero.
Yeah, the specifications require the ISLG near zero. All of the bidders put down ISLG for the engine.
Mm-hmm.
So when they submit their designs in 90 days after notice to proceed, they'll have to demonstrate that they're providing an ISLG near zero.
So one engine is not going to be more polluting than the other, is that?
We will get
right?
the same engine.
I mean, is there a difference in near zero and?
It's lower, yes.
Lower in what?
Emissions.
In emissions of what?
NOx, I believe.
What else?
Yeah.
Sulfur?
I don't know.
Like diesel fractions or what?
It's just it's the cleanest diesel that's out there right now. So obviously the emissions and everything else that go with it are low as possible, and that's the way our specs are written. That they're required. We can enter into having an engine that's supplied on the day they submit a bid, but the time that they build it, if something new comes out, our specifications require that they have to provide us the newest and cleanest. So they would even have to step up to that plate if at that time they said, well, I supplied this for you, but because of the way our specifications is written, it requires for us to have the cleanest and latest engine available.
So there's another provision in the spec that requires the newest and cleanest?
Yes.
Is what you're saying?
Yes.
Can I
It's
just jump in for
concerning
one?
to me, and I'd like to defer this right now, but because of the issue raised, and it's not to hold this up. I don't know if there's an urgency to do this today versus in 2 weeks, but I'd just like to get some answers required, especially if it relates to the purchase of diesel equipment and the movement that the city's making to try to.
Well, if you notice that this is a hybrid diesel of what we're doing here, so this is something that we've worked out through many years of dealing with AQMD. So this vehicle will run on a battery powered all day long, and it's only using the diesel to get to the job and to come back from the job. So we're really minimizing that. And because of our infrastructure and dealing with emergency response, dealing with some of the areas that we have to work within, the restrictions of the streets and everything else, we can't go out and refuel CNG. So having the ability to have a diesel hybrid that's working on battery powered all day long, and that we can turn around and go refuel it during the time of emergency and restoration work, that's the technology that we're really looking at here. So this is something really new and innovative for us, and AQMD has embraced it as well as an alternative, because it's really reducing the usage of a diesel engine while allowing the infrastructure to get caught up with being able to refuel CNG, and where, in the future you'll be able to do that.
Are the bids still valid in 2 weeks?
The bids will be, the pricing was extended to August 15th, and because of the fact that we've had all these different questions and delays, if we don't give the authorization to proceed by August 15th, we'll lose the whole bid.
Which is within the next board meeting.
Yeah. Yes.
We'll be happy to defer this if you'd like.
Right. No, you won't be able to get it.
I have greater concerns. I realize that this letter from Buckalter just arrived to General Manager Wright yesterday, but I had the chance to read it. And to me, the bigger issue is I know that we've made so much progress under Gwen Williams' leadership in procurement, but this letter to me exemplifies what we still need to improve in terms of bidding. And I think that Buckalter has made an excellent argument as to the various reasons why ALEC should have been considered non-responsive. And, to me, the underlying message is that they refer to legal cases and our onus, our responsibility as a department in terms of providing a detailed description as to what is expected from each bidder. But we really need to understate and reinforce the fairness to procurement, and by doing that, hopefully we'll open up our audience and get better rates for our ratepayers. I also had a few criticisms about the request. In one paragraph it states that there's no comparison to a contract like this before. Then it says the opposite. I also don't like the fact, I know that we may not have history dating back decades, but I disagree with capping the procurement history to just 5 years. I think it's very important to realize why. I'm not saying that there has been, but I want to erase any kind of concern that there's any play of favoritism. You cannot state one firm is non-responsive when another one could have been under. If this is true, I don't have the proposals in front of me, but they give 4 specific, detailed reasons as to why Altech was non-responsive. And so I think it's very important for us as a board and for our ratepayers to have a clear understanding of what our relationship is with the bidders. And, if we were going to vote on this now, I would make the argument to rebid it, and if that was not agreed to by the board, I would reject Altech being given this for the reasons that were outlined, and because we are trying to make improvements in terms of bidding and increasing our audience of having additional companies feel that they're going to take the time to bid on something, and there isn't going to be favoritism, and it is going to be very, very clearly outlined as to what's expected. You can't 2 years ago state that an illustration's fine, and then 2 years later, when somebody who's doing business with us provides that, say no, that's not what we wanted, And if it's true what they're saying, that they made calls and they didn't receive responses in a timely fashion, I think that's as important as how fantastic you've done in bettering our customer service. Our vendors are our customers too. So, I mean, if a call is made, a request is made to gather more information to ensure that there is no misunderstanding if the instructions were not detailed, it's on us to clarify that with the bidders and to create a stronger bond, not only with people that we have done business with in the past, but hopefully with businesses that we'll work with in the future.
Commissioners, I still support our report, but very candidly, I need to keep working with staff to make it so when we do have a bid protest, you're put in a position where you can make a decision based upon staff's comments on the protest. And frankly, today you didn't have that information. So we will bring that back to you at the next meeting, because I mean, all of us have been on boards. You today don't have the information based on what we brought to you to know whether this protest is valid or not, besides staff basically saying, trust us. And we need to
which
bring
we usually do.
Which you do, and I appreciate that. But we need to put you in a position of knowledge so that you can say, yes, you support staff, or you see reason that the protest is valid. Again, I completely support the board resolution as brought forward, or the board report, but I fully understand why right now you don't feel in the position to have enough knowledge to vote on this, and we will bring this back to the next meeting.
When you're considering it, I have a question I'd also like dealt with. It may just be lack of understanding on my part, but I found interesting your comment on the comparative engines, that if there's progress, you got to go with the most efficacious one at the time. I have no idea whether that would also apply to the aerial boom and bucket, the category C, category B, but if you have to end up with the most efficacious engine, do you also have to end up with the most efficacious aerial boom and bucket, or is that a whole different thing?
That's a whole different thing. That's a dielectric certification. So at a C level, it's a lower, so it handles lower voltage. So at B, it's a much higher voltage, and that's for the protection of our
just
pool. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's an added cost.
Okay. Okay, there is one other speaker card, but if we're going to defer this for 2 weeks, does the speaker wish to be heard now?
Yes, it looks
Okay,
like.
come and speak quickly,
Is Matt Hadley?
because we're about to defer this item.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm Matt Hadley with Altec. Wasn't really prepared to speak today, but heard what Anthony had mentioned, and there were a few items that were brought up about the engine, the PTO, the telematics. So this is equipment that's designed based on the accessories. It's custom equipment. It's not really purchased off the lot. PTO, we did put a make into our bid, and we put NA not available on the model because that is something that after engineering goes through it will determine the correct model with the correct ratios. Same thing with telematics. We're working with a vendor. The chassis has information that's shared by telematics, and then the Altec unit has information shared by telematics, and we're working on a system that would combine those. So again, we put not available as that would be determined at the engineering phase to provide the best product for the Department of Water and Power. The engine, much like our model number, we have a LR760. We didn't put chip dump on the end of that, but it is a chip dump. Same thing with the ISLG engine. It's a CNG engine, compressed natural gas, and it will be the latest and greatest technology available. I believe the drawing was one other thing that was mentioned. And the drawing, we actually were contacted by purchasing to clarify whether it was a 4x2 or a 6x4, because when the project had started out, it started out on a single rear axle of 4x2 and then transitioned to a 6x4, much like LA Freightliner works with the department. So does Altech to help determine the correct equipment and the correct loading. So all of those items have reasons that were brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to defer this item?
May I
Oh,
just
yes,
make
Commissioner
one
Newman.
I just want to, in case I wasn't clear, that, this is big picture, but what I would like to see in the future, on page 2 of this request under C procurement history, there's a sentence that bothers me because I think it goes against what was envisioned when we were improving these requests. The sentence states, there is no contract history in the past 10 years for this specific type of equipment. And I believe, speaking on behalf of myself and prior commissioners that have worked with the department to refine requests, that the idea of procurement history isn't to try and find an exit about a specific type of equipment contract, but rather it's to understand the relationship that the department has shared with different vendors. And so I would ask respectfully that you take that into consideration with your future requests.
Now is there a motion to defer?
Could I just say one thing?
Yeah.
I just want to thank the staff, the procurement staff, because I think that they, it's a rare bird that I will actually pick out to see some problems with, and I saw some problems with this, but I look forward to further explanation, not just by staff, but also by council, so that we're not setting precedent one way or the other in how we're ruling. So, thanks.
Motion to defer.
So moved.
Second. Those in favor?
Aye.
It's deferred. Item 23, Commissioner Funderburk. Bill?
Yeah.
Item 23.
Yeah, is there somebody?
Oh, good, we're finished.
I had one comment on this, and it was more of a comment than a question. I would just, because of the effort and action that's taking place in Sacramento to, whether it's cap and trade, whether it's climate action, it seems that people are catching along to equity now, not as if they hadn't before, but it's become much more, it's gotten much more in the forefront. So I would just ask, when this grant writer that we have that's going to be writing grants, that they also be shared, they're shown the equity metrics data initiative and fully briefed on it, so that they can incorporate whatever the board's position, philosophy, by resolutions and otherwise is in their reaching out to secure funding from the state. Thanks.
We'll be sure
I
to
don't
do
know if
that.
is that okay or not?
Yes, that's fine. We'll be
Great.
sure to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Is there a motion to defer item 26 until after the closed session?
You don't need a motion for that.
I don't need a motion? Okay.
You just
then
hold it on the table until later.
Okay, I will withdraw my request. Then, items 16 and 17 are the only two of these items left, and Jill and I need to leave the room. We will meet you in the closed session after you discharge these. And Commissioner Funderburk, it's all yours, but wait till we're 2 steps out of the room.
All right.
May take a second. Be quick or we're gonna get all the food.
Save me a salad. Council, do we need,
There
can
are
we
no
take these up at the,
presentations. You
can
can
we
just-
do them both
you
at
can
the
do
same
them in
time?
bulk, yes, sir.
Okay, item 16, sustainability approval of the North Hollywood West Well Field Water Treatment Project and adoption of the final mitigated negative declaration in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. And item 17, adoption of the interim remedial action decision, North Hollywood West Well North Hollywood, West Wellfield. Any comments from commissioners?
I actually have not been very versed in this project, so yesterday I had to do extensive research on my own, and I feel like we are definitely moving towards the right direction. It's the job of the department to provide healthy, drinkable, safe, I don't know what other term I can utilize that can explain better, water. And when we have, facing our years of drought and now having so much water, I feel like this is a good start from the department to continue providing a good service for our customers.
All right. Is there a motion to approve both of these?
I move.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's passed for items 16 and 17.
At this time, we will recess in a closed session to deal with the items set forth on the closed session agenda, item 8, and for the record, I will be recusing myself from item A2. We will reconvene back in open session after closed session.
We are back
What is it,
online.
26?
26.
Yep.
We're back in session.
A meeting, please come to order. We will defer item 26.
And you just need a motion in order to defer the item.
Is there a motion to defer it?
So moved.
Second, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's deferred and we're adjourned.
Yep.
I'm in a rush, so we'll do it next time.
Yeah, so it's very simple.